Good morning. Welcome to the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival, a place where everyone has a story. At this time, we ask that you turn off or silence your phones. And should you need the restrooms out of this building, out of this room, turn left. There's also a gender-neutral restroom on each floor of the convention center. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the program. You will see me throughout the day. My name is Kathy Woodrell, and I just retired from the Library of Congress after 35 years as a reference librarian. Thank you so much. So glad you're here. We'll start the program in just a few minutes.
Good morning. I'm Carla Hayden, the Librarian of Congress, and I've been waiting almost a year to say welcome to the 2023 Library of Congress National Book Festival. It's wonderful to be back at the Washington Convention Center and to see all of the book lovers. And for those watching online, we're thrilled to have you with us too. The theme of this year's festival is Everyone Has a Story, and that means you. The wonderful writers at this year's festival have great stories to tell, and they're going to share them with you all day long. But so do you, because books help broaden our world, but they can also serve as mirrors. And we hope you can ask our writers questions and meet them during today's signings. You also might know that the Library of Congress is the largest library in the world, and it's our mission to connect to all Americans. And today we're bringing together more than 70 authors, poets, novelists, historians, and illustrators right here to our national capital to celebrate books and their meanings for us. From Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer Beverly Gage to actor Elliot Page. From LGBTQ plus advocate Cheston Buttigieg to Pulitzer Prize-winning poet Jericho Brown. To bestsellers Amor Tolls and Karen McManus, and from recent Caldecott winner David Salati. To beloved novelist Luis Alberto Urrea and NFL player Ryan Russell. They're a reflection of the diversity of readers across our nation, and they're here to tell our collective history and to share our unique stories. It's going to be a great day. But before we get started, it does truly take a village for us to bring this festival to you, and we cannot do it without our most generous supporter, who is a staunch advocate for literacy and reading and who has been supporting the festival for more than a decade now. So please welcome the festival's co-chair, Mr. David M. Rubenstein.
So, how many people here have been to the book festival before? Anybody? Wow, how many have never been here before? Oh, wow, okay. Well, thank you all for coming, and Carla, thank you for the great job you're doing. As you know, Carla Hayden is the Librarian of Congress, and she's very unusual in that she is a librarian. For a few centuries or so, we've had non-librarians as Librarian of Congress. She's also unusual. She's the first female Librarian of Congress, and the first Librarian of Congress who is a person of color, and she has the added advantage of having come from my hometown of Baltimore. So everything you want. And she just celebrated her birthday. So thank you. So Carla's done a wonderful job, and you're going to have a great day today. And one of the reasons you're going to have a great day today is because this festival is free. So the reason it's free is we have a lot of very generous sponsors, and I'd just like to mention those sponsors and thank them. One is our charter sponsors, who are the Institute of Museum and Library Services and the Washington Post. Thank you both very much for being our charter sponsors. Our patron sponsors are General Motors, the James Madison Council, the National Endowment for the Arts, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Thank you very much for your support. And our champion sponsors are CoStar Group and the John W. Kluge Center. So because of their generosity, we're able to pay for all the costs associated with this, and you can attend for free. So I hope what you'll do is take advantage of the enormous number of authors that are here today and meet with them, talk to them, listen to them, get books signed by them, and try to do a lot of things relating to reading. For those of you who have children here, I hope you'll get to make certain that they experience what books and love of reading is all about. And I want to thank as well our volunteers. we're able to do everything for free in part because we have a lot of volunteers. The Junior League of Washington has supported the festival since 2003, and I want to thank them and the other total 1,000 volunteers we have here. So, and if you're a volunteer at this event, could you raise your hand? So, okay. So, thank you very much for volunteering, and I'm sorry we can't pay you, but we appreciate your doing this, and hopefully you're giving back to our country this way. So I want to thank all of you, and thank you all for attending. Today you're going to have a terrific time here. You're going to see some great authors, and hopefully you'll learn a lot about reading, the world of books, and what the Library of Congress is able to do. So I'd just like to mention that there's a person who's responsible for the book festival, is a person who started the idea, came up with the idea about 20 years ago. She was the First Lady of the United States. She was about to, with her husband, have the inauguration the next day. This is in 2001. And she then spoke to the then Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden's predecessor, Jim Billington, and said, do you have a national book festival? We have one in Texas. We have a Texas book festival. Do you have a book festival here? And he quickly said, not yet, but we will. And so on the Mall, in 2001, September, we had the first book festival. And ever since then, we've had a national book festival. We've now moved it more indoors to the convention center. But the same concept is get people together, let them meet authors, let them read, let them experience what books are all about. So it's worked wonderfully well. We'll have a staggering number of people here today, and I want to thank you all for coming early this morning, and thank again our volunteers. And now let me turn it back to Carla Hayden. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your support and your generosity and your belief in the fact that literacy matters. So let's get started with the 2023 National Book Festival. And we're starting it with a bang, with someone we know you really adore. You know R.J. Palacio as the best-selling author of Wonder. But she's here today to talk about the novel version of Whitebird, the book from the Wonder universe that she's co-written with children's writer Erica S. Perl, the author of more than 40 children's books. And moderating this conversation is our truly exceptional National Ambassador for Young People's Literature, Meg Medina. So let's welcome them to Washington and the 2023 National Book Festival.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi. Hi. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, it's morning time. Good morning. I'm Meg Medina, and I am joined on stage with two treasures in children's literature and two friends, which is lucky for you. Raquel is R.J. Palacio.
Hi.
The beloved author of Wonder, and Whitebird and Pony. And for those who are Washingtonians, you have another treasure here, Erica Perl, the author of the novelization of Wonder. The way I want to do this conversation is basically to have a conversation among friends about writing and movies and how we move from the visual to the written word back and forth. But first, I thought you should have a little sneak peek at the trailer for Whitebird. If you haven't seen it, it's wonderful. So I'm tossing it to my tech people.
Little bird, little bird.
Kramer, you scared the crap out of me. I couldn't resist.
Tell me about this new school of yours.
Right now, I'm just trying to fit in. It's kind of been my motto ever since I left my old school.
Julia, you did not leave your old school. You were expelled for being cruel to another boy. I'm sure your father has told you stories about when I was a young girl.
He says you don't really like to talk about it.
I don't. But now, I think, for your sake, I must.
Excuse me.
Oh God, what is he doing?
I saw this on your desk.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I didn't even know his name.
Look at this freak.
But we had in common one crucial thing.
These are really good. For a Jew.
We had both seen how much hate people are capable of.
One of the children's missing.
Find him.
And how much courage it took to be kind.
You need to come with me right now. I know a way out.
You stay with us, okay? When in dark times, those small things remind us of our humanity.
How would you like to visit New York tonight?
Sure.
Open your eyes.
You're the bravest person I've ever met.
You forget many things in life, but you never forget kindness. Because when kindness can cost you your life, it becomes like a miracle.
I think I've seen that trailer a million times. I keep putting on replay, and Helen Mirren being one of my favorites and all of that. So you two, make sure you interrupt me and we ask each other questions.
Absolutely.
And we just pretend the audience isn't here. All right, so I'm going to start with Raquel. Okay. Wonder was this beautiful mushroom of love that began. So maybe, you know, if we could go over maybe the origin story of how Wonder happened, and it's just, it's its own department, I think, at Knopf, is it not?
I'm not sure, but I know that it was a surprise. The success of Wonder took us all by surprise. I'm not sure people know I had been in book publishing prior to writing Wonder, so I'm pretty familiar with sort of the ebbs and flows of books and popularity and publishing. And so when I wrote Wonder, I expected it, we all expected it to be a small, tiny, mid-list book. It's how you call it in the industry. And then it surprised us all. I think it was discovered early on by teachers and librarians. And it came at a time when I think people maybe just wanted to be reminded about the impact of kindness. And so it just kind of grew from there, I still can't believe it. I still pinch myself every week when I see it's still on the New York Times list. It's kind of, it's a surprise, it's a shock, and it's nice to know that I suppose if that's going to be my legacy, it's not a bad one.
No,
it's really
I would
nice.
say
So,
not.
yeah.
I would say not.
Yeah.
And so, when you start getting inklings that a book is taking off like that, then what happens? Like what? I can't even imagine the conversations about that. Like there are calendars, there are entire curriculum written for it, etc.
Well, I think for me, the biggest wonder was early on when it was discovered and supported by the craniofacial community. That was a moment for me where, I had conversations with kids and parents of kids who had been born with craniofacial differences, and who told me what an incredible and positive impact it's had on their lives. Literally, I had one dad tell me once that his son, who was born with Treacher Collins, so basically his son has what Augie does in the book, used to, when he was little, he never wanted to go and play in the playground because he was just tired of kids staring at him and being mean. But then after Wonder came out, so they would go to the playground like at 6 in the morning, and before kids arrived. And then Wonder came out, and then the son was like, let's go to the playground, Dad, after school. And kids would come up to him and say, hey, you're like Augie Pullman. And he was like, yeah, I am. And he kind of wore that as an honor. And so conversations like that, more than anything, more than the success of the book in the general public, that impact that it's had on that community specifically, and on people and kids with any kinds of differences. I mean, I've talked to people who, are the parents of autistic children or the parents of kids with other differences, and they talk about just how the themes of the book really resonated with them and kind of helped them in their journeys. So it's been great, the way it's sort of reached this general and mass audience, but in all honesty, it's been the impact that it's had on kids who somehow identify with Augie that's been the most compelling for me.
So that brings me to the impact that Whitebird is going to have on the notion of bullying and excluding people, and this notion of kindness when it truly, truly matters. So I first saw Whitebird, probably the way you did, Erica, as a graphic novel, which is wonderful. Also, among your many talents is that you're also a visual artist. So the graphic novel was beautiful. What was it about Julien and his grandmother that you thought would make a good pull-out, sort of spin-off of Wonder? What about that story in particular?
Well, first of all, I wanted to give Julien, who is not given a point of view or a chapter in Wonder, a chance, if not to redeem himself, because he acts very, very badly in Wonder, as we know. He's the bad guy in Wonder. But I do feel like obviously, even bullies have a story to tell. And oftentimes, if we can kind of understand where they're coming from, and I always thought that Julien's meanness came from a point of fear. And he wasn't having sort of the right parental guidance to help him deal with his fear, so it was coming out in this other terrible way. So I wanted to give Julien a chance to explain himself to readers, and give him, luckily he has a grandmother, because his own parents are kind of, not very helpful with this, but his own grandmother sees that this kid's on a track to becoming quite not a nice person, and so she shares with him. I thought it was, because I so believe, I love that the festival's manifesto this year is the power of storytelling. Yeah. Because I so believe in the power of storytelling, and I thought, well, maybe the Grand-Mère could share with him a story from her childhood in which kindness not only, changed the course of a day, but changed the course of her life. Yeah. And so that's how Whitebird kind of sprung from just a conversation that a grandmother had with her grandson to, I decided to blow it out into a graphic novel and tell that story in more detail in Whitebird.
So this project, Whitebird, starts as a visual project. And now, my friends, in addition to that graphic novel, we have Erica's talents added to the novelization. This was wonderful. And I read this, I could not put it down. I loved the graphic novel also. And so, Erica, I want to ask you, because you write across many age groups and so on, what drew you to wanting to take on a novelization? It's hard, I think, to go from a graphic novel to back to words somehow, or is it?
It was an unusual project, definitely. And you're right, I came across Whitebird actually at Politics and Prose, which is my neighborhood bookstore. I live in Washington, D.C. And I picked it up off the shelf and I started to read it, and then I read the entire book in one sitting. I literally sat down on the floor and read the book because it was so immersive and wonderful. Thank you. And I loved it. And then cut forward in time, Raquel and I share an editor at our publisher, and I was approached about this project of taking the graphic novel that I loved and turning it into a novel without pictures. Yeah. And I was thrilled about the opportunity to work with Raquel and to work on this book. But when I took it on, I said, okay, who's done this before? Where can I look for like a template or a roadmap? And that was when I discovered that I'm not aware of anyone who's gone in that direction before. Like, there are lots of novels that get adapted into graphic novels, but the other direction was sort of uncharted waters. Yeah. So we had to kind of make it up as we went along. Yeah. And so it was a fascinating project, and it was great that we were able to speak and to have sort of Zoom conversations. Yeah. Also, Raquel had done incredible research for the graphic novel, so a box of books arrived at my house, and I was able to go through the same resources and really kind of understand everything that underlay the graphic novel. Yeah. But it also required sitting with the graphic novel and sitting with a sort of a typed up list of every word that was in it, and trying to figure out how to create a novel that was true to it, but that used novel language, so to speak, rather than graphic novel language, which are sort of two different ways of communicating.
And I wasn't very helpful in that I created the graphic novel having never done a graphic novel in my life. I didn't know that what people usually start out with scripts, and they have I just did the graphic novel one page at a time. I didn't have a script. I didn't have any sort of manuscript or anything. So Erica had nothing but the actual graphic novel, the pictures with the words in place. So they actually had to ask somebody at Random House to sort of type out
transcribe
the manuscript. Yeah, exactly.
So how did that work between you? Did you have conversations every week? Was it hands off? What did you do?
I mean, a combination. I felt like we talked initially, and once we were sure that we were sort of on the same page about our ideas about it, and also Raquel was very generous and sort of said, see what directions you want to go with it. And so I took a stab at it and then showed some work to Raquel, and we were on the same page, and then I just sort of kept going.
Yeah, it helps to trust the people you're working with. And I didn't, obviously I probably could have novelized it myself, but for me, the graphic novel was the work. Right. And so when we discussed the novelization in the beginning, I thought it made more sense to work with someone who could bring a fresh eye and a literary sense to the graphic novel and bring it to life in a way that, because for me, I'd already done my work and I didn't want to revisit it. So I think, just letting Erica bring her magic to my graphic novel felt I felt really, really lucky. She did an amazing job.
Yes, I'm going to completely upvote that.
Yeah.
I think you did an incredible job.
Yeah.
And I love that it's coming out at the same time that the movie is coming out. A lot of times when I'm on the road, people ask me a version of this question. I don't know if you get this question, but what do I do about the kids they're so plugged in, there's so much screen time, and my feeling is they don't have to be in opposition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can see the movie, come back to the book, go to the graphic novel. It can be a fluid thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Though, unfortunately, as you probably may have heard, the movie's actually not coming out. It was supposed to premiere at the end of August, or actually shortly. And the book came out to time with that, but because of the strikes, they pushed back the release date to some unknown time. We don't know yet when it is.
Yeah, the
by the end of the
strike
year,
is wreaking havoc.
I know. It's a valiant and it's a wonderful strike, and I completely support all of the strikers. But things like this are casualties for the moment. But so I keep an eye out for when the movie does release, please, and wait for it, because it's I have to say it's a work of art. It's really beautiful.
So when they pushed it back, was it because the promotion part of it would get, because it's all made, it's all finished?
It's been finished for a while. I think part of it is because the talent associated with the project wouldn't be able to promote the project.
Right.
And even I feel a little iffy, even though I'm not a member of any of the unions, I would feel iffy promoting it. I think in support of the strikers that, we just have to wait until studios come to their senses.
Okay, so I want the skinny on this movie. First of all, I want to know where it was filmed. And I know in Wonder you have that do you guys, if you've seen it, you see the cameo at the end of Raquel and her husband and her son. They're in the audience with Augie. So do you have a cameo in this one?
I do.
What are the secrets we need to know about this
movie? You see me very briefly walking in New York City in my army jacket and my regular clothes, because I didn't know I was going to be in the cameo that day. So, but it's very brief. If you blink, you would miss it. But yeah.
Oh, nobody's going to miss it. We're going to be.
No, it's not. In Wonder, Stephen Chbosky was very, he wanted me to be right behind Julia Roberts. My husband was right behind Owen Wilson. My kids were right behind Via and Augie and stuff. But, and you know, he gave me the part of being the first to get up and clap during the standing ovation scene. Here, I'm literally just walking. I didn't want to be in it. I don't like being on camera. So, you know, but the director asked me to, and I did.
I think that's so fun. And where was it filmed? It was far.
It was filmed in Prague during COVID, prior to vaccines.
Oh, goodness.
So I did not go on the set, even though I'm a producer on the movie, just because I really didn't want to risk getting sick. And everybody got tested twice a day for the 6-8 weeks that they were there in Prague in the middle of winter. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful setting. They did such a great job. They also filmed in New York, and that's when I was on the set.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so now you've had these 2 major motion pictures, Miss Author Woman.
Yeah.
And so tell me, what have you learned? Like, what did you learn from how you rolled out Wonder versus this? Is there anything you want? I mean, I'm sure there's many things, especially during this strike and so on.
Yeah.
But
you know, I think what I learned is just people in studios are just people in studios, if that makes any sense. I think there's a tendency to think, I think a lot of people think about publishing that way as well, that it's some sort of big corporate, you know, block of people who don't get things or whatever. And when you're inside publishing, you realize, you know, we're just all people trying to do our best with every book. And I would say the same about the studios and the studio execs. At the end of the day, you think everyone knows what they're doing, but they don't. Everyone's just kind of figuring things out as we go along. And I know that sounds ridiculous to say, but that was my, that they're not these sort of monumental, monolithic entities. They're just made up of people doing their best. And that's what I would say about publishing as well. And yeah, that was it.
Good deal.
I know. Nothing
Okay,
revolutionary.
I'm going to drill down into the themes in the movie and in the book. So I really want each of your thoughts, but I'm going to start with Erica. Right now, the importance of, I want you to talk to me a little bit about the importance of Whitebird at this particular time in our history and in our country. Like, what is it that Raquel was getting at in the graphic novel and that you wanted to capture in this novelization that you feel is like really vital to young readers and young people?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's an incredibly important time to be telling this story, both because of the specific themes. I mean, it's a Holocaust story, and it talks about kind of everyday anti-Semitism and othering and all sorts of themes that are specific to, I wish I could say, are locked in that time capsule, but they are not. Unfortunately, they're present right now. Anti-Semitism and all sorts of other, you know, racism and xenophobia, and we're living in a time where hate crime and rhetoric is on the rise. And we're living in a time where young people feel more of a distance from that, from history. And so working on a project that can kind of bring the past into the present by having a character like Sarah, who was so relatable to young readers and who was going through this, and then to also have Julian have this kind of parallel. The story, just to explain this, has sort of a story within a story. Julian and his grand-mère had the conversation in present day, and then grand-mère tells of her past, but then we see her come to life as a young girl. So we have 2 young people, one today and one in the past, going through situations that have connective tissue. And I think it's really important for young readers to have these stories so they can understand the past and understand its implications for the present so that they can shape the future.
I don't think I could say it better than that. That was exactly it. I think, and that's why I wrote it. I'll be completely truthful. I started writing I started writing Whitebird, the graphic novel, a couple of days after there was talk of a Muslim ban in the United States, which I thought was so problematic and if one reads sort of the 10 steps of genocide, it doesn't start with gas chambers, as they say. It starts with hateful rhetoric. It starts with othering of people. It starts with scapegoating. These are general steps. And the reason in Whitebird, both the book and the graphic novel starts with the epitaph of George Santayana said, if we don't remember the past, we're doomed to relive it. And so I realized, I am not Jewish. My husband is Jewish, and he, his mother lost basically her entire family in the Holocaust, and so it's something that my husband, in terms of a generational memory, it's something that my husband and basically every Jewish person I've ever known growing up in New York has grown up with a sense or a connection to the Holocaust. And I always thought it was just rather strange that you have this dichotomy between people who are growing up with this very sense of a living history, a direct sorrow. And then you have a whole group of people who are growing up never having heard of the Holocaust, because there's, I don't remember what the percentage is, but there are people growing up who've never, heard about it, especially in this younger generation who don't get taught the Holocaust until the 8th or 9th grade when they start reading the Diary of Anne Frank. And that dichotomy just always felt really wrong to me. It felt like this shouldn't fall on only the shoulders of Jewish people to remember. It falls on everyone to remember the Holocaust, to remember the victims of the Holocaust, to make sure it never happens. And so again, we do what we can as authors through the art of storytelling. And so I just wanted to tell this story now because I thought it was a way, first of all, of introducing the themes of the Holocaust to younger kids, my readers, or 3rd, 4th, 5th graders. And then in the graphic novel, we provide a glossary at the end so that if people want to read more, they know where to go. I just think it's important to make sure that this generation and future generations never forget.
Okay, so now we're going to come to the part that is so sticky when we're writing for young people. I do this in my own work because my belief is that young people are witness to really difficult things every day, right? And joyful things, like those things coexist. And so you'd be hard pressed to find something as difficult to talk about and to catalog for the very young as the Holocaust. And so you did it beautifully through magical realism, really, in the graphic novel with the Whitebird. So what were do you have guiding principles when you are writing really hard things for kids? What was it how did you come to deciding that you were going to represent, death in the vision of this Whitebird?
Well, there are literary devices as well, right? Magic realism is, one of the challenges, and I think Erica faced this in novelizing it. One of the challenges that the book is kind of through the point of view of Sarah, and Sarah is in hiding in a barn for a couple of years. And so a way of finding out about other things that are going on in the world was through the Whitebird, through the magic realism. It was her way of sort of connecting and my way of letting readers know what was going on in parallel with what was happening to Sarah.
It's a good idea.
Thank you. Erica, though, of course, had I could just draw a Whitebird and have it fly, and that was great. But Erica actually had to write it, and that was a challenge, I thought.
I will say It was one of the biggest challenges, because just to make sure everyone's on the same page about this, in the graphic novel, there are many moments where a bird appears to Sarah, or she imagines herself as a bird, or she dreams a bird, or there is magical realism and she sort of becomes a bird and escapes her four walls of this barn where she is hiding after fleeing the Nazis. And so there are a lot of really amazing devices you have at your disposal in a graphic novel in terms of communicating that to the reader. You can have the birds lifting Sarah up. You can have the birds flying through a window Sarah can't go through. You can have even sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Like a wavy edge to a frame to communicate to a reader that something is being imagined or wished or hoped, that it's something between reality and not. But when you're using words, you can't quite it's not shortcut. I don't make
it is. It's telegraphing.
It's not though. It's a different set of tools.
Yeah.
You're using a different set of tools to try and communicate these things. And I tried to think about what a reader would want in those moments. And I also tried to play a little game and create a situation where different readers could take different things from it. Where one reader with a more literal mind might say, oh, she's imagining, she's wishing, she's hoping she could go there. And another reader might say, this is magical realism, and I'm going with her and seeing what she can see. And I tried to sort of walk that line where both readers would have a satisfying reading experience in the book by taking it where they wanted it to go. It required, though, some footwork, definitely.
Yeah, which is another reason I didn't want to approach it a second time. I didn't know how you were going to do it. Sorry, I punted there, you know?
No, not at all. But I enjoyed the challenge. I really, as a writer, it was fascinating. And I'm a little nerdy about this. Like, I love looking at how graphic novels and novels are, they're different ways of telling a story.
Yeah.
And they have different tools and different language, and you really have to figure out I wanted to make this story honor the graphic novel, but tell its own version in, straightforward prose terms.
Yeah. Well, you did a great job.
The other tricky part, I think, is that it's also a love story.
Yeah.
Right? And so when we think of wonder, right, the origin of this whole thing, it's a book written for kids 8 to 12. It's in that group, and you know how that goes. It's like love, and yuck. But I really was curious about how you handled the growing up, especially in the novelization. I think you really did a beautiful job in that, because we're watching her from this sort of clueless, that's probably sounds like a strong term, but she's unaware. Yeah. She's in her little red shoes. She has a happy life with her parents. She's these rumblings going on, and just the maturity that has to happen for her while still keeping it a book for middle grade. Mm-hmm. So can you speak to that a little bit, like how you mastered that trick?
Well, in the graphic novel, again, I thought it was a little easier than in the novel, because in the graphic novel, time passes. You could literally just put a little frame that says 2 years later, and you don't have to get characters from one place to another. They just appear in a panel, or they appear older, and the reader immediately knows time has passed. So I feel like, visually speaking, that was an easier, doing the graphic novel definitely had an incredible set of challenges that I had not foreseen, including the research, because again, for instance, in this case, like if you're writing about something that takes place in the 1940s, it's enough for you to say as a writer, she opened the barn door, let's say. And if you want to be descriptive, you might say she opened the red barn door. But you don't have to get specific about what the barn door looks like. Really, it doesn't matter. But in a graphic novel, you actually have to then research what barn doors look like in the 1940s, in the Alsatian
rural
region.
France.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So so there was a whole set of challenges on that level. Yeah. But I think I was free of challenges when it came to time passing or the maturing aspect. That's where Erica really had to do the magic.
And I felt like Raquel had left me little notes in the illustrations. Like there was so much detail that I could sort of say, oh look, she is older here, and they're sitting differently, and just little things that I could pick up on, I could build into the narrative.
Yeah. And the first kiss was very nice. It was a very sweet scene, I have to say.
Well, that was where it was nice to have the room that you're afforded using words, because you can have that interiority that that you don't have as much room for in a graphic novel. A graphic novel, it's all very much visually laid out for you, but you can go much deeper into a character's head when you're using words to describe their emotions and what they're feeling leading up to an experience and afterwards and all that. You know, you have lots of space for the moving into the kiss and the kiss itself and the after the kiss moment, whereas in a graphic novel, that would eat up page after page after page. Yeah. So it's different.
All right, so I'm going to ask you this because I know you've also done a book with Dolly Parton, right? So now you have R.J. Palacio and you have Dolly Parton. Like, does this freak you out at all? Like, you know what I mean? They're big, like the weight of taking somebody really, you know. I'm freaked out just asking the question, as you can see.
It's a huge honor and a huge responsibility because these are two people that I respect so much.
I have to. You can't put me in the same sentence with Dolly Parton. I mean, I just feel like I'm sorry. Let's just R.J. Palacio here, Dolly Parton, somewhere up there. Right. So let's get real. Yeah. I mean, Dolly Parton. Yeah. Wow.
No, but these are two of my heroes, and this was really two amazing and different opportunities because the books with Dolly Parton are picture books, and so it's a very different type of writing. But in both cases, I really wanted to honor the people that I was working with and just have do my best work. So that definitely was part of the job.
Okay, I'm going to ask one question. I assume you've seen the whole cut of the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And have you, Erica?
Yeah.
I have. Yes.
You have. Oh, sorry. I went in on that. So when you look at it, like, all right, I'm going to back up because sometimes when I do a picture book and I first get the illustrations, it takes me a minute. Mm-hmm. I end up loving it because I've had wonderful illustrators, but it takes me a minute to go from the people in my mind to what's on the page. Is it the same thing when you're looking at the movie? Like, do you go through that, or are you drawn into it the way we are when we go to the movie?
Well, in both cases, I was lucky enough to be a part of the sort of the working process all the way through. So, I was there with the casting and and all of the, so.
You had a say in all of that?
I was a producer on it, so I definitely had a say. We saw the auditions. Zoom made it easier in a way, because this is all during COVID. So all the auditions came online and I saw the dailies, and there were like 6 hours of dailies every day. So I would watch all of the, the scenes that don't end up in the movie, which is pretty amazing, and weigh in and stuff. And also, the screenplay and all of that. So it wasn't a surprise. What I will say, it wasn't until the final cut of the movie, or the first few cuts that I'd seen, where I realized just how, as somebody who drew the graphic novel, to see that they, and I'm not saying they used the graphic novel as a storyboard, because they did a lot of things differently, but there was enough of the graphic novel in the movie to make my little heart sing. Mm-hmm. I realized that they used it as a template in many. So you'd see, when you're alone drawing or writing a book, you're kind of like, you decide that this panel is gonna be one person, and this is gonna be a dialogue scene, or this is gonna be a long shot, and I'm just gonna show Julian and Sarah walking in the field with mist. And then, though, to see it a couple of years later as a movie, as the scene is exactly the way you drew it, that's kind of, that's surreal, because that was like a little movie in my head, and now it's there, and it looks exactly like the movie that was in my head. So it was kind of, in all honesty, I think it's a brilliant movie. So.
Nice. I also like that the graphic novel is still in here as well. Yeah. So they have interspersed in Erica's book are panels from the graphic novel, so I felt so attached.
And in the movie, in the closing credits, they have Raquel's illustrations as well from.
Yeah.
So.
They do. And also, I want
to Easter egg.
Do a shout out to April Ward, the designer for this book, because she did an amazing job of
Go April.
Go April. Yeah. April in the house. Yeah, she did an amazing job of bringing that in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are just such huge accomplishments, right? And I should also tell you, here's the secret. Eric and I are friends here in Washington. Raquel and I are friends. We were BFFs in Flushing, Queens as little girls.
Yeah.
So I've known Raquel from sleepovers and Girl Scout troops and kickball games and so on. So
what are the chances, right? I mean, it's kind of amazing. When I think of Meg, you know, I knew her at the age of 8. I knew her mom. She knew my parents. It's kind of amazing. And now she's like the National Children's Ambassador. I mean,
and you're RJ Palacio. How weird is that? Okay, this is weird. I mean, our mothers must be up there going,
I know.
¿Qué pasó aquí?
And our teachers in PS 22 in Flushing, Queens, public school.
Yes.
Teachers. We had amazing
That's
teachers.
right.
We really did. So
it's a beautiful full circle.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's surreal and a lovely thing. But I want to ask each of you, this Dolly Parton, your birthday, like, what is still on your wish list as, I'm going to really widen it, as literary citizens, as writers, as creative women, as bookmakers, content makers. What's on your wish list still?
I'll let you go.
Oh, throw her the hard one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I see how it is.
Well, actually, I'm really curious as to what Erica's going to say. So,
well, I think after Dolly, my album comes out. That's really.
Can you sing?
Not like that.
Oh.
No, more in the shower kind of category.
Yeah, me too.
No, I'm working on a lot of different projects. I also draw, and so I'm working on a middle grade novel that I'm drawing illustrations for. So that's a work in progress, I should say. And
I did not know this about you. You're also an artist.
Like it's funny. I am a sort of, I'm not a real artist kind of person, which is interestingly what the book is about. It's about a kid who doesn't think of herself as a real artist and is very shy about her art. So it's a little bit of a self-referential project. So yeah, so we'll see if that sees the light of day. That's been one of my projects. I mean, I will say that Whitebird, I'm Jewish, and some of my books have Jewish themes in them, and I had never considered doing a Holocaust book myself, because I've always sort of been concerned that there are so many Holocaust books and there are so many other Jewish stories to tell, and I had always sort of written more contemporary Jewish stories. But writing this version, which was my first time working on a historical novel, really opened up to me the possibilities that maybe there would be other Jewish stories to tell that are not Holocaust, not contemporary, but something else. So I'm mulling over what that means for me.
Well, I'm going to have my eye on you, Erica Perl.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Raquelita.
Medinita. I don't know. I think the one thing that we turned 60 this year. Was that a secret? Should I not have said that? 1963.
The big 6-0.
Yeah, exactly. Meg is in June. She's older than I am by a month.
I saw what you did there.
But I think as a literary citizen, just as a person reaching a certain sort of milestone, I'm looking forward to just taking a little bit more time with life, to not hurry from one thing to the next, because I just feel like, committing to a book, it's a commitment. It's like a year or two of your life where you're just living and breathing these characters, this time period, so I'm choosier now, and I'm kind of like not diving into the next project. I have lots of ideas for books. I was mentioning this to Erica yesterday. I'm just kind of letting the universe tell me what the next book should be, and I'm taking my time. I'm not like rushing. I actually spent this year doing something I'd never had the time to do in my life before, which was organizing photo albums. And I did it. It took me months, but I actually, I've got a chronological I was really proud of that photo album now.
Well, you're
like
a photographer as well. I mean, I remember going to visit you. You had a collection of cameras.
Yeah, I love that.
You still have that collection?
I do. That's what Pony's all about. It's old pictures and cameras and horses.
Yes.
Yeah, horses.
Another of our passions from when we were little.
Yeah, Meg loved horses. And I used to draw horses all the time. So
they're hard to draw.
I'm sorry?
And they're hard to draw.
They're hard to draw. They're the thing I can draw. Like if you asked me to draw it right now, I could totally draw a horse right now. Yeah, it's because I drew it. I mean, anyway. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to work on next. I have some ideas, but I'm letting it. I'll start.
I mean, now that your photos are organized, I mean, what else is there?
There's not much, actually.
I think you could rest easy.
I know, and my younger son is in college now. So yeah, there's time. There's lots of time on my hands.
You were a mom raising them when Wonder lifted off and all of that. How what was the impact of all of that? How'd that go?
You know, there was actually an impact, I will say, because my older son is 7 years older than my younger son. So they both, my older son went to Bowdoin, and my younger son is now at Bowdoin. And I remember speaking, so my older son was in high school when Wonder came out, but my little one was like 7 or 8 when the ARC came out, and I first read it to him and stuff. And I remember Bowdoin asked me to do I spoke at the college once, and my older son cautioning me, as you know, he was a freshman or a sophomore, Mom, a lot of people my age, we've never heard of Wonder. We didn't grow up reading it. So don't be sad if there's no one in the audience. I mean, he was basically.
Thanks, son.
Yeah, thank you. But my younger one, he grew up with the Wonder generation, let's say. I mean, he was in 4th grade when a reading teacher came into class and innocently brought Wonder to read to the kids. And all of the kids, and of course they knew me, and all of the kids got very excited, and the teacher said, oh, I'm so glad some people have heard of this book. And then finally the teacher had to his mom wrote the book, and she, So, and recently I was asked back to Bowdoin to give one of the commencement speeches, and I realized this was the class of 2022. This was the Wonder generation. And this was the part that was kind of thrilling. I asked the audience, so how many, if I can ask, how many of you read Wonder? And everybody's hand went up. And that was a really, that was kind of amazing. And I was able to tell my older son, see, people do read the book. So, hello.
A few people came to that sign.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So my younger son really grew up he's always known Wonder. He's kind of famously quoted in our family as saying it all comes back to Wonder, because so much of our lives have been impacted by Wonder. Festivals, family vacations planned around festivals. It
took a life of its own.
Yeah, I just found out recently he didn't know that my prior life I was a book jacket designer. He didn't know that. Yeah. It's like I was literally showing him the other day. Look, I did this book jacket. I mean,
you did my first book jacket.
I did your
for
first
my
book
very
jacket.
first
book.
Milagros. You were at Henry Holt.
Yeah. So, Anyway.
So, I am going to wish you so much luck on this project. When this movie comes out, we are all going to be there. Yes.
Yes.
We're going to check this movie out. We are going to go to the signing line to get the signature on this beautiful book. It is really lovely. I think you're going to really enjoy it. We have about 5 minutes, and I know that there are microphones set up, and so if you have a question for Raquel or for Erica, please come forward. And while that is happening, I can barely see, so you'll have to tell me if people are coming forward. Be brave. Oh, it's here? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. As a member of the disability community, I wanted to thank you for Wonder and Great Bird. And I was wondering if you were intending to use the theme of disability as you go forward with your other projects.
I don't know. I sort of write from a character point of view first and a story first. And sometimes, I mean, it's an interesting, and I think any author can tell you that, inspiration hits in different ways, and you don't know what is going to suddenly strike you as being a great idea for a story, or a great idea for a character or whatever. But we start, I think, from the soul first and work our way out. I tend to try to find or build characters around our uniqueness, but also around the universality of what we all feel, So yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I wish I did. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi. I was wondering how you guys get your inspiration and how you get over your writer's block.
That's a great question. How about you?
I mean, I will say, thank you for that great question. I will say that inspiration comes from everywhere. I mean, as Raquel just said, like, just things that I see, things that I hear people say. I keep a notebook and I write down all sorts of stuff, and I don't even know if I'm going to use it or not. I just try to get in the habit of writing it all down and figuring it out later. And then in terms of writer's block, what helps me is having that notebook, because then I've got this great stack of stuff. And so if I'm having a day where I can't think of something to write about, I'll look in my notebook and I'll find a little doodle that I did or some line of dialogue that someone said that I thought was funny, and I'll see if any of that helps me jump off in a new direction. So the notebook is my little secret weapon of having stuff to work on, even when I'm feeling like I can't think of anything to write.
I would also say listening. Listening is really good.
Yeah, writers are spies.
Writers are eavesdroppers, and I think not enough people spend a lot of time listening to other people's stories or other things people have to say, and you can get a lot of inspiration just by listening to other people and hearing stories that maybe aren't your own, but you can incorporate into your own stories that you want to tell.
Thank you. Hello.
Do you like how your books turned out? Like the audience, do you like how many people know about your books?
I do. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's been grand.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like when you write, you're sort of in a conversation with your reader. So if someone comes up to you and they've read your book and they want to talk back at you about it and tell you what they thought was cool, what they thought was funny, what they had questions about, that's what I'm writing for, is for those conversations. So the more people that I can have that conversation with, the better. And then those people might write their stories, and then I can read them and be the reader and have the same conversations the other way around. So that's what I'm about. That's why we're all here, I like to think, is that we all want to read stuff and have those conversations and make the world a little smaller by getting to know each other's stories.
And we all really like kids. I think that helps too. I think we just love writing for people your age, because I think that it's one of the great privileges of being an author is being able to write for your age. I think it's probably the most fascinating time and a real fun time to explore as a writer.
Thank you. Who's our next friend? Hi.
Thank you. Thank you, Raquel, Erica, and Meg, for your work. Your work makes our work, those of us who try to connect books with children and get that internal motivation to read, so much easier. So thank you. And I think you've done it again here with this. I loved the graphic novel, White Bird. One of the things that we often hear from adults is that they worry about how popular graphic novels are. They worry about how many graphic novels their children are reading. And we say it's okay. Like Meg said, this like diversity of reading is that's important. And so I was wondering, I think you've done us a great service here in this novelization, because this strengthens our argument in that regard. But I'm wondering, do you see more potential for novelization of graphic novels into novels?
I mean, I would love there to be more. I think it would be great to have a lot of books available in multiple formats, both because, as you said, not everyone is drawn towards the same type of storytelling, also because it enables kind of intergenerational conversations, because if kids and the adults in their lives are reading the same books, regardless of format, or listening to the same books, or any of those things, there's more opportunity to discuss it and to go deeper into it. So I'd love to see more of that.
I was wondering how you came up with the cover for Wonder.
You know, you would think that I would have designed my own book cover, but I did not. I purposely did not want to design my own book cover because, as anyone who designs book covers can tell you, it's a very fraught process. And having said that, I did ask to work with that illustrator. And the illustrator and the art director came up with a series of sketches. And we all, which almost never happens, all agreed on the exact same one, which turned out to be the cover of Wonder. I think the idea behind it was that he wanted to be able to represent a face that, that readers could then imagine looks the way they would want, or imagine the Augie to look like. So that was the concept behind it. And I think it was a really winning cover.
Also, by the way, Erica, I really like your hair.
Thank you. Me too, the blue is nice.
Yeah.
I hate to do this to us. I have to be the bad guy and say that it's time for us to close this session. But if you would please join me in thanking Raquel and Erica for their time.
Thank you, Meg.
Thanks, everybody. Please visit their signing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival, a place where everyone has a story. I'm Kathy Woodrell, and I'm the stage manager this year. At this time, I'm asking that you turn off or silence your phones. I also want to just mention a couple of housekeeping things. Should you need the restroom, take a left out of the stage. There's also a gender-neutral restroom on each floor. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the program. It will start in just a few moments. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Crosby Kemper. I'm the director of the IMLS, the Institute of Museum and Library Services. We are a charter sponsor of the National Book Festival, one of the great book events of the year in this country, and very grateful for your attendance. I have the honor to introduce two of the people who are among the greatest presenters of narrative in America today. David Rubenstein, also a primary sponsor of the National Book Festival, has become one of the icons of American history in his interview programs that have become the books, The American Experience and The American Spirit. In his PBS program, Icons of America, visiting local places that have national symbolic importance, such as Fenway Park and the Hollywood sign in Hollywood. David has certainly been a key to what, in one of his interviews with Jill Lepore, Jill Lepore says, a nation is made up of its people, but it's held together by its history, by the stories we tell. And David has been one of the masters of presenting that story through his interviews with historians and American leaders. He is going to be interviewing David Grann today, and David Grann is a master narrative historian. Many of you will have read The Lost City of Z or Killers of the Flower Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon has been described as a great social history disguised as a thriller or detective story. And his new book, The Wager, is of the same ilk. And so it's a great honor and pleasure to, as I say, present two of the people in this country most responsible for telling our story, our stories, in brilliant ways. Ladies and gentlemen, David Grann and David Rubenstein.
So, thank you very much for coming here. You've been to the National Book Festival before?
I have. I was fortunate enough to be here a few years ago for Killers of the Flower Moon.
So, let's talk about how you became a writer first. Were you a great athlete in high school or something like that?
You take one look at me, I was not marked for the athletic field, sadly. I was always interested in stories. The first stories I heard that kind of caught my imagination were my grandmother telling me stories about my grandfather, who at that time had had a stroke. He would sit on his porch, he couldn't really communicate, so I never really knew him. And she would tell me these stories about how he had fled Russia on foot, how he was a motorcycle racer who went down the Khyber Pass in Afghanistan. And she would tell me these stories, I would look at him, and she suddenly unlocked this person for me. I could suddenly see him, I could hear his voice that I had never really heard before. So that was that was the moment that kind of keyed me into becoming a writer. Of course, then it's like a lifelong struggle to figure out how the hell do you actually do it.
So where did you grow up?
I was born in Manhattan, and then I grew up in Connecticut.
And were your parents involved in the writing world?
My mother was a very pioneering field in the publishing world. She was the first woman editor-in-chief of a major publishing house in New York, and then the first CEO of a publishing house.
And she said, I want you to be a writer?
No, just the opposite. She said to me, I only have one piece of advice for you. Whatever you do, don't become a writer.
Okay.
I think she never said why. I think she thought it would be a hard life. And of course, like any good son, I did the exact opposite and tried to become a writer.
So you went to college at Connecticut College?
Yes.
And graduate school at Tufts?
Yep.
And then what did you do right after Tufts? Did you say, I want to go work at the New Yorker or something like that?
No, I got a, when you're a writer, you try to figure out what you're going to do. So then I taught creative writing for 1 year at BU. And then I was desperately looking for a job, and I found a job actually here in DC at the Hill newspaper. It was just a startup. They hired me as a copy editor, which if anyone knows me, even as a writer, grammar is not my strength. I also have an eye disorder. that makes it very hard for me to see. So I was a failure as a copy editor, and as always happens in these situations, thus got promoted to executive editor within a year.
But your mother never said, how about becoming a lawyer, a doctor?
Oh, she wanted a lawyer. In fact, the reason I went to the Tufts Graduate School, the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, because I thought that would appease them, because it had law in the title.
All right, but you never considered something important like private equity, right?
No. No, my kids now wish I had.
So eventually you wind up and going to the New Yorker, right?
Yes, eventually I get to New York. It's a long, winding trail. It was the place I always wanted to work at because they did these narrative stories like I like to tell, and they let you tell stories that are sometimes, at least the ones I tell, a bit eccentric.
All right, so you're writing for the New Yorker, and they give you a year to write a piece or 6 months to write a piece, and then you write it, and no big deadline. You keep telling, I'm not done yet, I'm not done yet. And eventually you write the pieces, and your pieces are well...
Yes. Well, I just have to correct you on one point there. You get this from David Remnick, who's a friend who I dearly admire and like, but you get this a lot walking by your office, looking at his watch. As it goes. I was famously always slow and tardy.
Okay, so when did you get the idea that you could actually write a book as opposed to articles for the New Yorker?
In a weird way, I think the way I work, even at the New Yorker, was more suited for books because I would spend so much obsessive time reporting. I would want to know everything about a story. And so sometimes I would spend a year on a project. But it was finally, I did a story for the New Yorker about a British explorer who in 1925 had disappeared in the Amazon with his son. And when I finished that piece for the New Yorker, I actually did a trip into the Amazon trying to follow on his trail. When I told my editors about the plan, and they said, sure, go try to chase the trail of an explorer who disappeared in the Amazon nearly a century ago, and other people who had disappeared trying to find him. And they said, Godspeed. I thought that was their way of wanting to get rid of me. Took out an extra insurance policy on my life, but that's another story. But I did that, and when I finished that story, it was the first time where I just had so much more material. I had made a trip out to England, and I had tracked down this explorer, Percy Fawcett's granddaughter. And at one point she said to me, do you want to know what really happened to my grandfather? And I said, sure, if at all possible. And she led me into this back room. And in this back room, there was this chest. It was like something out of I swear, it was like out of some Victorian novel. There was a chest. She opened it up, and inside were all these old books covered in mud. The bindings were breaking apart. Some had little locks. I said, what are those? She said, oh, those are my grandfather's secret diaries and log books. And she let me look at them, but it would take me years to be able to read them carefully. He wrote in this small language and to be able to decipher them. And so when I finished that magazine piece, I knew I had so much more, and that's when I decided to write the book, The Lost City of Z.
Okay, so when you write a book, do you write and research, or you just do all the research and then write? How do you do that?
I begin doing just research, and I begin like this. I want to see everything, because when you begin a story, you really don't, you have some sense of what the story is, but you don't know what the dimensions or the hidden dimensions of the story. And I've had stories take complete right turns while researching them. So you begin like this, trying to read everything, and then slowly you begin to narrow it down. And what I will do is, at a certain point, I'll start, as I write chapters, I will take all the research I've done, outline it. That will also reveal to me what parts of my research is missing. Where are the gaps? And then I'll do more research while I write.
So when you're writing, though, do you get writer's block and say, I just can't write today, and just go away and do something else, or do you never get writer's block?
Oh, gosh, I get writer's block all the time. You know, I'm always amazed. I have some friends who I call them happy writers, and it's like some gene you're born with. Like you go out for a jog and you get on your computer. I unfortunately am not the happy writer. For me, writing is a mystery that I cannot fully explain. I approach it every day the same. I treat it like a job. I sit on my tush. I go into the desk. And, you know, some days I'll come out with 500 words that are good, and some days I will have rewritten the same sentence all day.
But you feel like you've accomplished something if in any given day you've done 500 words or 1,000 words?
500 words is my goal. I want to try to write 500 words a day.
And then when you go and look at the next day, do you say these are 500 terrible words, or do you always like what you wrote the previous day?
That's the happy or unhappy writer. I'm the unhappy writer. I look at the 500 words and I will say 200 words are good, and I'll rewrite the other 300, which is why it takes me years to write these books. It's, you know. It's
well, when you're writing, before you became a famous writer, I assume you had an editor who would say, look, I can edit your books, but now you're a famous writer. Do you have editors tell you they can edit better than you can write?
Well, there's a famous story about an editor and writer, which is the editor and the writer are stuck in the desert, and they're dying of thirst, and they're marching along, and suddenly they see an oasis, and they crawl to the oasis, and the writer gets down and he puts his face in the water to drink it, and then the editor, excuse me for being a little profane, begins to pee into the water, and the writer says, "What are you doing?" He says, and the editor says, "I'm making it better." But I am blessed. I say that as a joke because I am blessed to have great editors. And there are writers who insist they don't need editors. I need an editor, and often more than one editor.
Okay, so let's talk about The Wager.
Yes.
So The Wager is a story. We'll go through the story, but how did you first hear about this? And do you go down a lot of rabbit holes before you actually find a story that's going to work for you in a book?
Yeah, the hardest thing is finding the right idea for a book, especially when you know you're going to spend so much time on it. You need something that's gripping, but also has other dimensions, has materials that will allow you to tell it. In this case, I was doing research on mutinies. I'd finished Killers of the Flower Moon. I was looking for a new book project. And while I was looking for mutinies on the computer, doing some research, looking at books, I found myself in a digital archive from England where I found a scanned book that was an account written by a 16-year-old midshipman from The Wager. His name was John Byron. If his name is familiar, it's because he would later go on to become the grandfather of the poet Lord Byron. And this was his description of what had happened. Now, I must confess, when I was first looking at the account, it was written in this old stilted English. The S's were printed as F's. But I kept pausing over these very arresting descriptions: mutiny, murder, scurvy, cannibalism, although he would refer to it as that last extremity. And I realized that this account was really one of the most gripping things I'd ever come across. But it was only later, I then spent months more to answer your question, is there enough there? And I answered the question, there were a lot of materials, but the thing that really interested me is I found there were all these other competing accounts from survivors.
But you're looking for a story, if I take it right, that's not well known, that you can develop details that will be very interesting to people, but it has kind of a novel-like story to it. In other words, you want something that's like a novel in the way that it unfolds. Is that right?
Yeah, very much so. I'm looking for something that is rooted in it's all true. Everything.
Why do you not just write a novel?
You know, it's funny. I would be a bad novelist. It's a great question. I actually did when I was younger. I tried to write, and I wasn't very good at it. And for me, when I am best at, you kind of find the writing that suits you over time. I wrote some bad poetry. I wrote a bad novel. What I am good at is excavating. I excavate. I try to find, the story is there, and I try to find it beneath it all.
On The Wager, by the way, The Wager has nothing to do with betting. It's basically the name. Where did the name Wager come from?
It was named after the admiral at the time. The head of the admiralty was named Sir Charles Wager, and this ship was named after him. But it's felt like a perfect metaphor because in many ways they are all gambling with their lives on this expedition.
Set the tone where this is coming from. What is the point of having the wager go to where it goes, and explain what the purpose was and where does it go?
Yeah, so it takes place in 1739. Great Britain had gone to war with its imperial rival Spain, and the Wager and the men of the Wager are given orders to go on a secret mission with a squadron of ships, 4 other warships and a scouting sloop, to go across the Atlantic, then around Cape Horn at the tip of South America, and then all the way into the Pacific to try to intercept a Spanish galleon that was filled with so much treasure and plunder. It was known as the prize of all the oceans.
But how could they plan something that was going to take a year to get there? How would they know that ship would be there?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the ship would travel twice a year from Mexico to the Philippines, carrying all the kind of stolen silver and gold and jewels from Latin America, bring it over to Asia to purchase Asian commodities. So it was a central link in its travel. So twice a year they knew it would go. They had estimations of the time, but they didn't know exactly.
Okay, so this is, how long is the voyage on the Wager and its accompanying ship's going to take? A year or more?
No, they were expected to be gone, you know, if everything went well, as long as 3 years.
3 years. So what kind of person signs up to go on a 3-year ship voyage?
So what's interesting about these ships is they were like floating civilizations. You would have people from all walks of life, the aristocrats, who would be the officers and dandies. You would have city paupers. You would have free black seamen. You'd have
no women?
No women. No women at that time period.
What about animals?
Oh, they would bring a farm's worth of animals. And most crazily is they were short of men. It was a problem with the Navy, British Navy back then, because they did not have conscription. So they were always short of volunteers. And so one of the things they did for this expedition was they sent out the press gangs. And these press gangs would go to towns and ports, and they would basically eyeball you for any telltale sign that you were a mariner. And if you had even a little tar under your fingertips, that meant tar was used on ships. They would seize you. They would, in effect, kidnap you and drag you unwillingly on this expedition.
And they pay people when they get on the ship?
They would get paid. They would get paid for the voyages in increments.
How do they actually pay them? You're on a ship for 3 years. You get Apple Pay or something?
You would get some advance pay, and then you would wait for something like this. You would be paid. Most of your wages will come at the end of the voyage.
Okay, so you're on for 3 years. And what the average age of somebody goes on one of these ships is what?
Well, generally on the younger side, but you would have people from all ages. You would have boys who would be training to become seamen or officers. They would be as young as 6. The captain on the Wager was in his 80s. And when the Navy was so short of men, even after the press gangs went out, they actually went to a retirement home. And they began to seize soldiers and seamen, many of whom were in their 60s and 70s, some who were missing an assortment of limbs.
And would 74 be considered young?
74 for this, they would have taken you. You're ready to go, we're off.
Okay, all right, so the ship, when does it take off from England?
It left in 1740 in September.
All right, so it goes, and how long does it take to get to the south of Latin America, the Cape of...
It takes several months for them to get to the tip of South America.
And the tip of South America is easy to navigate through, right?
Oh, no. No?
What's the problem?
No, that is the roughest seas in the world. The Cape Horn is a place where the seas travel around the globe uninterrupted, never blocked by land, so they accumulate enormous force. You will get winds that can reach 200 miles per hour. You will get waves that can dwarf a 90-foot mast, and you have the strongest currents on Earth, and they hit it all.
So did they get shipwrecked, or what happened?
So the squadron gets into the Horn. They've already faced an outbreak of scurvy. Hundreds and hundreds of them have perished. They have barely enough people to...
How many people are on this whole expedition?
Nearly 2,000.
2,000, how many ships?
There were 5 warships and a scouting sloop.
So 5, 6 ships. But like the Wager itself, how long was that? Was that 200 feet, 300 feet?
123 feet, with 250 people packed on board.
And did they each have their own accommodations?
They sleep in hammocks side by side, and when they rock, their elbows and knees would jostle. Unless you were an officer, in which case you had a little private quarter. The captain had what was known as the Great Cabin.
And if you did something bad, did they whip you or something like that? Or is that common those days?
So the tyrannical captains would use the lash. The most effective captains tried not to use the lash.
All right, so they get to the Cape of South
America.
South America. And then what happens there?
So they're in this storm, they're being battered left and right, they can barely, they can't even fly their sails because they keep blowing out. At one point, one of the captains orders his men to climb the masts about 100 feet up, to holding on to the ropes, and to use their bodies as sails, concave sails. They are holding on in a gale. And
did that work?
Well, it did allow him to steer. They're holding on, and they're rocking also like this, about 45 degrees to one side, 45 degrees to the other side. It did allow them to steer, but one of the seamen fell into the sea and drowned.
All right, so
I never answered your question, though. They all scatter. They all scatter around Cape Horn. They're in this storm, they're being battered, and eventually 2 ships turn back. The Wager gets separated and is left to its own destiny.
All right, what is its destiny?
Not a good one. This is the kind of story when you think everything couldn't get worse, things get worse. It was under a new captain, a man named David Sheep. He's determined to get around the Cape and then head up the coast of South America off the Chilean coastline to a place where the commodore of the expedition had said if they were ever separated, they should rendezvous. But he was plagued by the same problem that plagued seamen back then, which is he didn't know exactly where he was on the map. They could determine their latitude by reading the stars, but they had no way of knowing their longitude because they did not have clocks back then that were reliable. And they turn out, as they going up the coast of Chile, they realized that not only had they gotten their longitude wrong, they had gotten it wrong by hundreds of miles. They had relied on what was known as dead reckoning. And suddenly they find themselves in this bay known as El Golfo de Penas, which translates as the Gulf of Sorrows, or as some prefer to call it, the Gulf of Pain. They hit a submerged rock, the rudder shatters, a 2-ton anchor falls through the bottom of the hull. Now you have to understand, these ships were their homes. Most seamen back then did not even know how to swim. Suddenly another wave comes and it takes the boat, the vessel, sweeps it off the rocks, and so the vessel, the Wager, is careening through a minefield of rocks with no rudder to steer by, water pouring into it until at last it smashes into a cluster of rocks and begins to break apart. It completely shatters, the decks are caving in, water is surging in through the bottom, rats are scurrying upward. Those who had been suffering from scurvy, who could not get out of their hammocks, drowned. But the ship did not completely sink yet. It became wedged between these pillars of rocks, and it was then that some of the seamen, including the 16-year-old midshipman, John Byron, they climb up on the remnants of the ship and they look out in the distance, and that's where they see a desolate island.
So how do they get to the island?
They used one of the transport boats that these vessels, they didn't carry lifeboats back then, but they had a few transport boats, essentially like rowboats. They could also fly a sail. They are able to use one of them to ferry about 140 of them onto the island.
All right, so 140 go on these ships, and the other people who are on the Wager, they die?
They died.
All right, so 140 people get to island, and now they're safe. And does the island have a lot of food and a lot of other good things for a good life?
Yeah, well, they hope maybe this will be their salvation, but the island turns out to be desolate and barren. It's got mountains that go up about 2,000 feet. It's windy, it's cold, it's constantly raining or sleeting. They have no shelter, and worst of all, they can find virtually no food. There are no animals on the island. They find some mussels along the shore, but they soon exhaust them. They do find a little bit of wild celery, which actually cures their scurvy, but that's about it. And one British officer described the island as a place where the soul of man dies in him.
So is the Captain Sheep, is he in charge now? He says, okay, I'm still in charge?
Yeah, so Captain Sheep believes if they're going to survive, they must live by the same rules and order that had governed on the ship. He was somebody who had always wanted to be a captain, and this was his first time. He had been promoted to captain on this voyage, and he's determined to hold on to it. But slowly, as they are starving, they begin to break down and descend into disorder and to break into these rival factions.
And so they're fighting with each other, and Captain Sheep, is he not in control anymore?
So there is one group that is wandering the island that breaks off. They are known as the seceders, and they just wander the island like pillaging. There is a small group that remains loyal to Captain Sheep, and then there is another group that is gravitating towards the gunner of the ship, a man named John Bulkley. They all have great names. They're like Dickensian names. There's Bulkley and Sheep, Byron. So Bulkley is a really interesting figure because he came from the lower to middle classes. He was very literate, though. He knew, though, on a ship, he could never become a captain in that rigid class structure. But he was a very instinctive leader. He was a very skilled seaman. And suddenly on this island, in this democracy of suffering, he is emerging as a commander in his own right. And more of the people are gravitating towards him. And us being in D.C., it's kind of interesting. He would use phrases. This were the phrases he would stir the men with. Life and liberty.
Right, so how did they ultimately get back to the mother country?
It's a long story, and I'll try to keep it somewhat short because there are different groups that leave. But they build a castaway boat very ingeniously. Using fragments of the transport boat, they expand it, they get wood, they salvage stuff from the wreck, and eventually they build the ship, and many of them, there are more than 60 of them, packed so tightly they can barely even move, and they end up traveling some 3,000 miles all the way from the coast of Chile down through the Strait of Magellan to Brazil. And they wanted to get to Brazil because they knew they were at war with Spain, so if they got to Brazil, which was Portuguese, they wouldn't be in prison.
What kind of food did they have for that ship?
They had virtually no provisions.
How did they eat?
So they would try to get as close to the shore as possible with a boat, and then have some of the people, if they could, in the seas wade ashore to get some food. But they get very little, and when they arrive in Brazil, there are only 30 of them remaining. Their bodies are almost wasted to the bone. And they stand up and they announce, they are the survivors of His Majesty's ship, the Wager. And at first, it's almost impossible to believe because everybody believed the ship had sank. And they're initially greeted as heroes. But then months later, another little boat will wash ashore, this time on the other side of South America with some of the other survivors, including Captain Cheap, who was delirious at that point. But when he recovers, he tells a very different story. And he says, those people who have gone to Brazil, they aren't heroes, they're mutineers. And that will eventually, when they get back to England, they are summoned to face a court-martial for their alleged crimes on the island, including murder and cannibalism and whatnot. And this will spark a furious war over the truth.
So that eventually, how many people make it back to England?
About 40.
40. And how many people started on the 6 ships?
Nearly 2,000.
2,000. So,
and out of those, more than 1,300 of them perished on the voyage.
So did some of them wind up living in Latin America for the rest of their lives? Or?
Well, some of the other ships would come back, eventually come back from some of the other ships. From the Wager, though, it's only about, actually it's less than 40 that make it back.
Less than 40 come back from the Wager. Then there's a trial, an Admiralty Court trial, and without giving away the results, basically, this went on for how long?
So this will go on. They are summoned, and again, what I found so interesting, and when you asked me earlier, when you look for a book, what do you look for? It's not just the specifics of a story, not just the facts. This was an incredibly gripping story, one of the most gripping stories of survival I'd come across. I thought it said something about the human condition, but what really intrigued me was when they get back to England, they are desperate to save their lives. They fear after everything they've been through, they could be hanged. So what they do is they begin to release their accounts, their version of Twitter. They begin to issue their tweets, which are their journals and their logbooks, and they are all trying to shape their story to emerge as the hero of their own story. And so there are these wonderfully competing versions of what really transpired. And so here I would be going to these archives in England where you can actually find these accounts, these journals that are somehow survived shipwreck and going around the world and tidal waves, and you can read them. And as you read them, you're reading about, disinformation and allegations of misinformation, and I swear to God, there are allegations of fake journals. And then I was coming back home, and I would turn on the TV or I'd read the newspaper, and I'd hear stories about alternative facts and fake news. And then I would go back to the archive, and they were having a battle back then over who would get to tell this history, who had the right to tell this history. Should just the authorities, should just the captain, or could someone like Bulkley, did he have a right to tell the history? And they're having this furious battle. And then, of course, she would come home and we were having a furious battle. So I saw all these resonant themes of the present day.
Are there any descendants of Captain Sheep?
There are, actually. There are some descendants. I mean, by the end, I kind of would know, I think, more than any of the descendants did. But yes, there are. There's a descendant of the Commodore of this expedition.
Okay. And all right, so you finish the book. When you finish the book, you turn it into your publisher. And does your publisher say this is going to be a bestseller?
No, I don't think they ever say those words. It's like, no, it's like they try not to, you know, they usually, the best line an editor ever gave me before a book came out was said, when I was all anxious before the book came out, he said, this is the storm before the calm.
Okay. All right, so this book came out, and you're going to sign copies of this book after this session. Okay. Yes. Let's talk about another book you've done, Flowers of the...
See, I try to come up with a title that no one can pronounce.
Yes.
It's funny, people will come up to me and they're like, the moon flower, the flower. It's Killers of the Flower Moon.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what does that mean?
So, interesting enough, this is a story about the systematic murder of members of the Osage Nation in the early 20th century who had become among the wealthiest people because of oil under their land, and then they began to be serially killed. And the Osage have, they name each month after a moon. And the month of May, or April now, my mind is going, April, is, May, is the little flower killing moon, because during that time period, all these little beautiful flowers spread over the prairie. They look like confetti. They're little bluettes, and they're very beautiful. But then the taller plants come and steal their water, and all these beautiful little flowers die. And so I wanted to have the title of the book rooted in the Osage tradition, and it felt like a metaphor. Right. So I called it.
And how long did it take you to research that book?
Both these books took half a decade.
And how did you hear about this incident?
A historian had mentioned this to me, but he didn't know much about it. I couldn't find much about it, so I made a trip out to the Osage Nation, Oklahoma. And at that time, I wasn't sure if I would write a book. I had no plans to write a book. And I made a visit out to the Osage Nation Museum, and they had this great photograph on the wall of that museum. It was taken in 1924. I'm struggling with dates as I get older. It had members of the Osage Nation along with white settlers, and it looked very innocent. But I noticed that a portion of this photograph was missing, and I asked the museum director, Catherine Redcorn, what had happened to it. And she said it had contained this figure so frightening, she had decided to remove it. And then she pointed to the missing panel, and she said the devil was standing right there. And it turned out to be one of the killers of the Osage during this time period. And that was really the origin story for that book.
The essence of the story is that Native Americans are given some land, and it turns out there's oil under the land.
Well, let me correct you there. What's interesting is they were not given that land. They had been on a reservation in Kansas. Okay. They were driven off their lands there under siege, and they had then looked around for new land, and they had found an area in what was then Indian territory about the size of Delaware, and it was rocky and hilly, so they thought white people would finally leave them alone, so they decided to relocate there. But they purchased that land.
Right, they purchased it.
They had a deed to it.
And it turns out that there's a lot of oil under this.
Yeah, this place they thought was worthless turns out to be sitting on all this oil.
White people living around there, Anglo-Saxons, said, wait, this is not something that Native Americans should have. We should have it for the white people, and we should eliminate these people's ownership, in effect, and they began a process of trying to kill some of these owners. Is that right?
Yes, and it was more than just one person, and there really was a systematic campaign carried out by almost the whole society.
And the people who were behind the killing of it, were they ultimately caught?
Very tragically, only a few. Some of the leader, in fact, the devil, the so-called devil, was caught, and a couple of his henchmen. But in fact, I made a trip out to, when I first began researching that book, I thought of that story as about a singular evil figure and a couple henchmen who had committed these crimes. And that was the theory that the FBI that had investigated the case, was among its first homicide investigations, believed. But over time, the more I was out there and I spoke to Osage and learned about other suspicious deaths, and they would give me records, the more I realized that there were all these other cases. And I made a trip out to a branch of the National Archives in Fort Worth, Texas. And when I was there, I was pulling records on the guardianship system. And the guardianship system was a very racist system in which Congress had required members of the Osage Nation or wealthy to have white guardians to manage their fortunes. And so I was doing research on this guardianship system, and I was trying to confirm just a very simple fact about whether a certain Osage had had a certain guardian. And as I pulled these records out, I found a little booklet. It looked like a little ledger like that you would find in a hotel where you write your name. And all it was the list of a guardian and whose Osage fortunes they had managed. And the only other thing written in this booklet was the word dead if one of them had died. And I noticed under one of the guardians, they had had 5 Osages whose fortunes they had managed. And I noticed the word dead next to the first name, then dead, dead, all 5. And I thought, that's so strange. And then I began looking through this book, and I saw another guardian who managed about a dozen Osages' fortune, and they had 50%, about 50% listed as dead. And on it went. Now, many of these deaths were no doubt from natural causes, but it defied any natural death rate. The Osage had money, they had health care. And as I began to look into some of these deaths, I would find evidence of complaints about poisonings and murders. And I soon realized that this little anodyne book really contained the hints of a systematic murder campaign.
But some of the killers were found, right, and they were punished. But is your book about the fact that not everybody who deserved to be found as a killer should have been found?
Yes, and that's why that book was so key, because I would trace back some of these and find evidence, and I began to realize that this was less a story about who did it than who didn't do it. It was really about a culture of killing, and you had policemen who were on the take and prosecutors, you had guardians who were complicit, you had morticians who would cover up bullet wounds. You had doctors who administered poison.
Now, all authors want to have a bestseller, but it's very rare to have 2 of your books on the bestseller list simultaneously. Right now, both of these books we talked about are on the bestseller list. So you ever pinch yourself and say, how did I get so lucky?
I do. You know, when you write, and the real thank you is actually to you all and all the readers out there. You know, when you write, it's a very lonely, as you know, it's a lonely endeavor. I spend years on these projects, and you know, the fear is that no one will read them, and so it is so gratifying to know. And the thing that ultimately drives you about all these stories I tell is there's something about the stories to me that are really important, that hold me. And so the idea that these stories then radiate out is incredibly gratifying.
The Killers of the Flower Moon has been made into a movie.
Yes.
And I think it won the award and the Cannes Film Festival for the best film. And when is the film coming out?
The film will be out in October.
October, and you were played by Leonardo DiCaprio?
It's a very good question. They decided Leo wasn't handsome enough to play me.
Okay.
They're still trying to find the elusive Hollywood actor who could capture me in all my breath. Sorry.
You don't walk on as an extra anywhere? You're not an extra?
No, I'm not an extra, no.
And did Leonardo DiCaprio call you for some insights on how to do this?
You know, I will say I would receive calls from the various, some of the actors, DiCaprio, some of the production people. They had such a fierce interest and commitment to this story and getting it right. So they would call you, you know, it's mostly you're there as a resource for research, but you know, they would call you, you know, did the person walk with a limp? And often you're like, I have no idea.
So ultimately, the producer-director, is that Scorsese?
Yes, Scorsese, yes.
And did he do so well with this that he called you and said, I want to do your next book?
Well, I was, you know, it's funny, you're always anxious when you turn these stories over to Hollywood, because the truth is you control a book, that's your thing. And then when you turn it over, you don't really control it. You like to think you do, but you don't. And but I was so, the way they developed Killers of the Flower Moon, and the way they work with members of the Osage Nation to develop that story and to get it right was so gratifying. And so when they called me and they said they were interested, when Scorsese and DiCaprio were interested in The Wager, it was a pretty easy decision on my part.
You don't ask to play a part in the movie or anything like that?
I think that would kill the deal in the spot. They would be like, yeah, that's one bridge too much. You know, the thing about being I'll give you a quick metaphor on a Hollywood production since we talked about ships. A ship is a very hierarchical organization, The Wager was. At the captain is the pinnacle. Then you have the lieutenant, then you have the top men who climb the mast, then you have the forecastle men who are very skilled, then you have the able seamen, then you have the ordinary seamen, and at the very bottom you have the landlubbers. The landlubbers know nothing about the ship, and they have to work alongside the animals on a ship. On a Hollywood production, that's the author.
Right. So now you're looking, I presume, to work on another book.
Yes.
Now, if people have good ideas for a book that you can write in your unique style, should they just send the idea to your publisher and say, here's a great idea for you?
davidgrann@gmail.com. Why? Don't go to anybody else. Come to me.
All right, so you get that. All right. And so right now you're gearing up, looking for another story.
I am.
Okay. And so for somebody that's watching now and saying, or sitting here, I'd like to be David Grann. I'd like to be a writer.
You don't want to be David Grann, but you want to be a writer. Okay.
Be a writer. Yes. All right. What's the best thing to do? Is it to do well in English in high school? Is it to practice writing, be on the school newspaper? What's the best way to be a writer?
Yeah, I think two things. I think, and it's why we're here today, the real reason is reading. To read widely, to read people you like and even you don't like, to learn from the people you deeply admire, to see how they do it, to study language, to read music and begin to listen to it as music, to hear the words. So I think that is so important. You can't be a writer if you don't read. And then the other part, and it's the most prosaic advice you can give, but in some ways I think it is the hardest advice for people to follow, which is if you want to write, you have to write. And what that entails is actually the tedium of writing, which means you have to sit and to do it. And I always say to people, when you want to write, find any excuse to write. Don't find excuses not to write. So when I began writing, I wrote obituaries, I covered high school graduations, I wrote bad poetry, I wrote essays. You just write, because if you can write catalog for a cereal, write the catalog. Like, that is how you learn to write.
So how do you write longhand, or are you a computer person?
Well, for many years I did write longhand. I remember my first stories I wrote were actually, for journalism, I wrote in Mexico. I had a typewriter. There were no faxes back then. I would type up the story. I would get on a bus. I would ride 2 hours to get to the magazine. I would hand them the copy, and they would have to read it in front of me. And that was the old day. But now, yes, I use computers.
Okay, so do you ever push the wrong button and something escapes and you lose it?
Well, the worst moment for a writer, especially a technophobic writer like myself, is when there is any technological issue on a computer, like something starts to go haywire or it blacks out on you. Thankfully, I have a much smarter wife than I am, who's also technically gifted, who basically just kicks me out of the room and fixes everything. So I just scream outside saying, it's over, the world's coming to an end.
So my impression is the hardest people to impress with one's career is one's children. So are your children impressed with your books and they say, Dad, this is the greatest book ever, I can't wait to read the next one?
You know, I will say, yes, impressing your children is really hard. Most days, I'm just dad, or dad, duh, and I'm just a dork who is in his office looking at 18th century documents with a magnifying glass, half blind. But every once in a while, something will happen. My son, who is an aspiring musician, he picked the one career harder than being a writer, and he actually read The Wager, and he found it so affecting or somehow, and he wrote a beautiful song called The Lost Souls of Wager Island. It's just, it's better than the book. It made the whole journey worthwhile. And then I will say this, my life doesn't really change, but every once in a while they'll make a movie of one of my projects, and I will bring my kids out to the set, and for about 2 days, I am cool. And then it's just back to being just dad, duh, again.
So do you get any royalties on your son's song?
No, he gets all that. He's got the harder job than I do now.
Look, your books are great. They're compelling to read. I congratulate you on having such a successful career. Thank you for coming here, and you're going to be out signing some books for people shortly. So, David, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you. Thanks, David. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Woodrell, and I want to welcome you to the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival, a place where everyone has a story. At this time, I ask that you turn off or silence your cell phones. I also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the program. Should you need to step away for a moment, the restrooms are to the left, and there is a gender-neutral restroom on each floor this year of the Convention Center. Thanks so much. Enjoy the program. Starts soon.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the National Book Festival, and to AI, they just want to be our friends.
Kind of.
Totally. My name's Colleen Chogan. I'm the 11th Archivist of the United States. I'm also a writer and an author, and I love the National Book Festival. I'm honored to welcome TJ Klune to this year's book festival. TJ is a New York Times bestselling author of fantasy and romance. His book, Into This River I Drown, won the Lambda Literary Award for Best Gay Romance. The House in the Cerulean Sea received the Alex Award. Which is an American Library Association designation for one of the best YA books written that year. TJ is an advocate for better LGBTQ+ representation in books, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that today when we talk about his latest novel, In the Lives of Puppets. So we'll have plenty of time for conversation at the end. So if you have questions for TJ, please line up at one of our 2 microphones the last 10 or 15 minutes. And then after this presentation at 1:30, TJ will be signing books down on the second level, level 2 north. We'd also like to thank Mr. David Rubenstein for his sponsorship of this stage. Okay, TJ, so I told you backstage, but I really thoroughly enjoyed this book.
Thank you.
I zoomed right through it because once I started it, I really couldn't put it down. For everyone, I suspect a lot of people might have read it, but for those that have not, can you tell us a little bit about what the book's about and what your inspiration was for the book?
Yes, absolutely. And I know that there's probably a lot of people here who think, oh, authors probably have these big, huge, wonderful, grand stories about how their novels came to be. Hi, I'm not that author. Mm-hmm. So I'm here to tell you that this book exists because of capitalism. Why does this book exist because of capitalism? Because one day I decided to buy a Roomba vacuum cleaner. Here's what happens with our funny, weird little brains. Humans, we have this tendency to anthropomorphize or give human qualities to inhuman things. I am one of those people, so therefore I had to put googly eyes on my little Roomba vacuum cleaner. I had to give him a name, which is Hank. And then, as you do when you first get one of these machines, you turn it on so it can go around and map out your house and see where it's supposed to go. This little machine immediately got itself stuck in a corner and made the saddest beeping sound I have ever heard anything made. I'm not even kidding you. It went over there and it was like, oh, beep. And I was like, I did not know you could make such noises, funny little machine. And for some reason, I don't know how, I don't know why, it's never happened to me before or since, but I had this full story in my head. I knew that there was going to be a character that was going to be a vacuum cleaner named Rambo because nobody else had ever had that name before in the entire world. I knew that there was going to be a human, and the human was going to be the main character, but I also knew that if there was going to be a human raised by machines, there would need to be some kind of health monitoring, nurse kind of machine, but oh my God, what if she was a sociopath? And I just kind of build up from there. And I've for a long time, I'd been wanting to do something with Carlo Collodi's The Adventures of Pinocchio, because as most of you probably are aware, we are used to the Disney sheen or the Disneyfication of fairy tales and fables. So when we get to see the old stories, Collodi's The Adventures of Pinocchio is extraordinarily dark. In the first draft, when he was originally writing Pinocchio, it was meant to be a serial. It was going to be published either weekly or monthly in the newspapers or in a magazine. In the original version of this children's story, Pinocchio is murdered, and he gets hung by a tree for his hubris to becoming human. And his editor came back after reading it and said, you know, you really can't mess with kids like that. So you need to rewrite it. So he did. He rewrote it to the story that we know today. And while the Disney version from 1940 does have some scary moments. If you remember it, there's the scene where the children turn into donkeys. The story itself is so much more, it's dark. It has this undercurrent of darkness through it. And I think that we lose a lot of that darkness when we look at these old fairy tales and fables, because most of us only know them from Disney at this point in time. So I wanted to explore the darkness of Collodi's work, but I also wanted to explore the biggest question that I think I've asked of any book that I've ever written is, what does it mean to be human?
So you mentioned Pinocchio. I also, when I was reading the book, I wanted to ask you, I thought of two other stories that might have influenced you, but I don't know. The Wizard of Oz.
Absolutely.
And Frankenstein.
Absolutely. So The Wizard of Oz, if you have not seen The Wizard of Oz in a theater on a big screen, man, it is going to change your life. It'll change the way you look at color. From the way that sepia tone Kansas flips to the color of Oz, there is nothing like it, especially on a big screen. Mary Shelley, she is the queer goth girl who invented the science fiction and fantasy genre. She invented this genre with Frankenstein. And guess what? Most people don't know this. Her second novel, she essentially invented the post-apocalyptic genre because she wrote for her second novel a post-apocalyptic book. So you have this queer goth teenager because she wrote Frankenstein at the age of 19. And for a long time, for whatever reason, science fiction and fantasy became this straight white male game with a few notable exceptions. So you have the mother of science fiction and fantasy being this queer woman. And I wanted to pull from that because I wanted to pull from what basically started this genre as a whole. And Frankenstein obviously is just a masterful story to begin with. But there's also a couple of other inspirations that some people might not know. If you are of a certain age, you were probably traumatized by an animated movie called The Brave Little Toaster. In The Brave Little Toaster, which is about a bunch of appliances that are sentient, think of Toy Story except with toasters, there's a character called Lampy, who's a lamp. And Lampy dies horribly. His light bulb gets broken and you think he's dead. And that is the most traumatizing thing that I have ever seen. So of course I wanted to bring that to this book, yes. But also, if you have not seen The Brave Little Toaster, do so. And just know that right when you finish with that, you can watch the sequel, The Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars, as one does.
Now this is a dystopian story because it's a post-apocalyptic world, at least for humans. But I found it to be a really hopeful book. It's not a hopeless book, it's a hopeful book. Why was that important to you?
Because in essence, Victor, as the novel opens, is the only human. What would it feel like to be in that position? What would it feel like to know that the world is gone and you are one of the only, or maybe the only left one of your kind, or the last one left of your kind? To me, you can either go two directions with that. You can either sink into despair and despondence, or you could have hope for a better future that maybe things won't always work out like they're supposed to, but as long as you don't stop trying to make your world, not the world, but your world a better place, then hope is always going to be there. You know, I think a lot about what we've been through the past few years, and I'm just going to speak on the pandemic. I don't need to go further back than that. But, you know, a lot of us had our whole worlds change and we didn't know what to do, and it's still scary right now even. And I don't know that we've allowed ourselves to properly grieve over the time lost, over the people lost, over the way that everybody's life has changed. And yet at the same time, I'm filled with hope because I know that what's going on in the world right now, what we see in the news and every single day, everything, all the evil and the pain, is not representative of who we are as a people. We are, yes, do some of us hurt and harm and break and destroy? Yes, but so many more of us help. So many of us have hope and want to make the world a better place. So that's why I write what I do, because even if I'm writing about the fantastical, I want there to be a pervasive sense of hope, of momentum, of things don't have to stay the way they are just because that's the way it is. We can make changes together if we just try.
So you mentioned this earlier, there's only one human character in the book. As far as we know, he's the last human on the planet. The rest of the characters are robots. Is there any distinction in your book between robots and humans? Were there any differences?
Not necessarily. I think it's important that in this book that we look at it for what these characters are. If you know anything about me as a writer, you know I'm very big on found family. It's kind of the trope of all tropes. But here's the thing that I need people to understand about the trope of found family, especially since it's being used in marketing a lot by publishers now. Found family comes from a very real place. That comes from queer people who did not get the love and the support and the hope that they should have from their parents or their guardians or their family. I am one of those people. I got made fun of for my love of reading. I got made fun of for my love of writing. Anything that brought me joy was something that could be taken away from me. So I learned to hide the things that made me happy. My family is consisted of my brother, my sister, and everybody else in our family is not related by blood. So many queer people, that is our reality. We were not accepted by people who should have known better. So we had to go out and make our own homes. That's what I see when I see these characters in this book. These are characters who all are misfits in their own way. You know, you have in Collodi's story, you have the Land of Toys, which was about a bunch of misfits. You have this group of people, all of whom, except for one, are not actually people. And you have them becoming a family, not because they're forced to or because it's in their programming. It's because they're choosing to. They have autonomy to make this decision that they want to stay with these others because that is who they love. And I wanted to explore what that looks like from a human perspective. I could have easily made this book about one of the machines, but I think having it be a human surrounded by machines makes it that much more interesting.
Okay, so Vic is your protagonist. He's the one human. He is surrounded by a father who loves him, although he's a robot, and friends that are also robots. But he does seem a little lonely, and then he meets Hap, who is also a robot. Now, they both identify as male, I think, in the book, as far as we can tell. But is it because there's a human and a robot and involved in a relationship? It seemed to me like it's a post-gender world. You know, is gender part of this or not?
Not necessarily, because if you go into later on, when you're introduced, I won't spoil it too much here, but when you're introduced to the Blue Fairy, who the Blue Fairy of this world is, they are non-binary. They use they, them pronouns. And the thing to me I thought about, especially when I was writing about what would matter in this world, what would not matter. Gender would not matter. And the fact that it matters in this world at this point in time right now is absolutely ridiculous. But, okay. But in a post-apocalyptic world like that, I thought about what things are so absolutely trivial that sexuality, not necessarily, Victor is out and on page as an asexual person, and that's discussed and that's respected, and that is, but at the same time, it's not just, lumping it all into one box. You have the whole idea with gender. Yes, in a post-apocalyptic world, who gives a crap about gender? That stuff should not matter now, and it should not matter in this story. It's why I don't include things like homophobia in my books that I write, because homophobia is boring. I know what homophobia is. I don't need to put that in my books because everybody else in the world knows what homophobia is. It's time to, people who are homophobic are boring. That's just plain and simple. They are boring people.
So the book does deal with these themes, so in many ways it's a very serious book, but it's also a really funny book. And it was, so funny that it was laugh out loud funny on some of the lines. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them come from Nurse Ratched, who's a very funny character.
Yeah, sociopaths often are.
Right. I found it myself, why do I find her so funny? Why do I self-identify with her? And you saying that she's a sociopath makes me worried a little bit.
You know what, though? At the end of the day, I think we're all a little crazy, so it's fine.
But tell me a little bit, why is humor so important for you as a writer? How do you use it effectively in your books?
humor can be, I think with everything that I write, I was talking with a friend of mine a short time ago, and I basically said, my job is to lie to all of you. My job is to manipulate you. My job is to make you feel a certain way that I want to make you feel in a book. And I thought about that. I was like, that sounds a little, I don't want to think I'm manipulating all of you, but hell yes, I'm lying to you when I'm writing these stories. But levity is so important. Humor is so important because if we're just mired in darkness all the time, that's all we'll know. That's all we'll absolutely know. And I've been there. I know what that feels like. Back in 2013, I lost someone I loved very, very much. And it led me to a place of deep cynicism, of deep darkness, of deep toxicity. And I was not a good person because of that. And grief is such a weird animal that it strikes you in insurmountable ways, and it doesn't affect anybody here the same way. That's what's so fascinating about human beings, is that we all experience something called grief, but no two people experience it the same way. I went the dark route. I felt myself collapsing in on myself. I hated everyone and everything because everybody else was going on with their life where mine was completely razed to the ground. And thanks to large amounts of therapy, I was able to pull myself out of that. But at the same time, I remember what joy a smile could bring or something funny could bring. So just little bits of laughter. It doesn't make everything else go away, but it makes you stop just for a second. And so writing through that grief is how I know myself. It's how I learned a lot about myself. Humor, as a kid, for me, was a defense mechanism, because if I had bullies or if my parents or whatever, I could be funny, and that might be my saving grace, at least for a few minutes. And humor now, to me, is not a weapon. Humor to me is a blanket. It makes me feel good because I like it when people can read something, laugh in one paragraph, and then maybe start crying in the very next paragraph. I love that idea of helping the reader explore their own feelings through the characters that I've created.
Now, when I wrote my novels, I loved writing dialogue. I'm a dialogue writer.
Yeah.
I love it. Do you like writing dialogue?
I love writing dialogue to the point where I do this thing after I finish each and every book that I write. I actually go through and I read all my dialogue out loud to make sure it sounds like a person actually talking. Because, you know, you've read books where you know, maybe whatever situation is happening in the book, but you think no human being actually talks like this. And I don't want that. Even if I'm writing about the fantastical, I want these to feel like real people. I know Chauncey's not real from The House in the Cerulean Sea, but you know what? He's real to me, and I love him.
So this book, I mean, the title of this discussion actually has AI in it, artificial intelligence. Of course, in the world that you've created and in the lives of puppets, all the humans are dead except for one. So were you motivated by artificial intelligence? Ongoing debate, obviously, in the United States and the world today. Were you motivated by that? Do you have any thoughts on it?
I wrote this book back in 2018.
Okay.
So it was written before all the chat GPT and all of that stuff. Although, how many of you remember Smarter Child on AOL Instant Messenger? Do you remember that? Yeah. So we had our own little weird AI thing. But I wrote this back in 2018, 2019. And I wrote it at the time because I was like, oh, wow, nobody ever does Pinocchio adaptations anymore, so I might as well do my own. And then, of course, we get towards the release date. I'm like, oh, so everybody does Pinocchio adaptations now. That's super cool. But the story is not necessarily me commenting on artificial intelligence, but I don't think that I could have planned a release for this book better than I could have now with the way that the world is now. So I'm probably going to say a couple of things that might offend a couple of people in this room, and for that, I do not apologize. All right? So, as of late, you all might have seen people posting AI art and calling themselves artists. You might see authors, quote unquote, using artificial intelligence to write books and posting those books on Amazon and selling those books and calling themselves an author. They are not an author. Okay, here's my thing. And I talk about it in this book. I talk about it in The Lives of Puppets. No matter how advanced technology becomes, no matter how lifelike machines become, they will never have a human soul. And I'm not speaking of that in any religious sense. I'm talking about they will never have our drive. They will never have our passion. Creativity, art, comes from anger. It comes from rage. It comes from joy. It comes from a myriad of different emotions that we all feel. That's something a machine can never, ever feel. So when I see people saying, yeah, I wrote this book, and by wrote they mean they put prompts into ChatGPT and it published a book. There was an article recently about an author who has written 70 variations on Pride and Prejudice using ChatGPT and has published those books on Amazon, and people buy the books. And it's essentially the same version of a story over and over and over again, just with different prompts in that. And that is being allowed to be published, and that is, to some people, considered a book. It will never, no matter what, how advanced machines become, they will never, ever be able to replace humanity, because it is our souls that make us who we are. It is our brains, it is our laughter, it is our joy, it is our pain, it is our suffering that makes the art come from us. And a machine can never do that, no matter how much they learn, ever.
I read in the acknowledgments of your book, it's always important, I feel like, to read the acknowledgments, but in The Lives of Puppets, you had an interesting comment, which I wanted to ask you about. You said that you had edited this book more than, I believe you said, any other book, the editing process. And this is painful for writers often.
It is. See, I normally, editing is wonderful. I love editing. Editing is one of my favorite parts. This book sucked to edit. Right. Let me tell you why. My publisher knows I talk about this, so nobody's getting in trouble for any of this. In the first draft, Victor was a person with autism. There's a trope or stereotype that goes around that say people with autism act like machines. And I wanted to subvert that. I wanted to show that even a person with autism raised by machines would be so human that their humanity would be undeniable. I am neurodiverse in that I have ADHD. People with autism are also neurodiverse, but that does not equate my experience to a person with autism. So what do? I research. I talk to people with autism, talk to parents of children with autism, talk to medical professionals in the autistic community. I read books and blogs and listen to podcasts by, for, and about people with autism before I ever set putting a word to page. When this sort of thing happens, I always request something known as a sensitivity reader, which is essentially a person from a community I'm writing in to read what I've written to make sure I'm doing it correct. Right. We hired 2 sensitivity readers. They both came back and said it was obvious I had done my research, that it was some of the best representation they'd ever read, and that they could not wait to share that with their community as representation done right. Then there was a 3rd sensitivity reader. This 3rd sensitivity reader said this book was the most problematic, offensive thing she had ever read, and that it should never be published, that not even a person with autism should have attempted to write a book like that. And I was devastated. I was furious, but I was also devastated, because I kept thinking, who is this person to come in and tell me what? But I hired them to do that. Right. That's their job. So I can't be upset at a person for doing their job. Right. And so what do we look at? So what does the publisher do? The publisher then looked at the reports. They saw the 2 sensitivity read reports that were good. They saw the one that was not good. They decided to go with the one that was one. Okay. And I initially thought to myself, I have never had my work interfered with on this level before. And then I stopped and said, I've published over 30 books, and this is the first time something like that has happened. I'm doing pretty good. Right. I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing pretty good. And so it was one of those things that, yes, I can be upset about it. Yes, I could be angry about it. Yes, I can think that my story was good as it was. But at the same time, I'm not a person with autism. Right. So I cannot ever speak for the autistic community. And so maybe she was right. Maybe there would have been a people that would have found offense to it. People with autism aren't a monolith, like any other marginalized group. You're not a monolith. What works for one might not work for another. And though I sometimes go back and forth on what I think should be allowed in creativity, at the same time, I want to continue to inspire hope. And you can't inspire hope when you're hurting others.
You're a really remarkable writer for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is that you don't just write in one genre. You write across genres, and that's unusual.
ADHD, that's how it happens.
That's working for you. That's kind of unusual in the publishing industry. Tell us about writing across genres, why you like to do that, and also who are some of your influences? Who do you like to read?
Terry Pratchett is obviously a big one. Diana Wynne Jones, Howl's Moving Castle is one of the best books ever written. There's a couple of books as recently that I've read that I'm just A, seething with jealousy that I did not write, and B, am so grateful that these books exist. How many of you have heard of a book called Hell Followed With Us by Andrew Joseph White? It's a young adult novel, but it is one of the flat-out best queer horror novels I have ever read. I don't know, and this is this dude's first book. I was like, oh, good for you, go to hell. But Andrew Joseph White, it's just remarkable. And then you have contemporary queer authors like Anna Marie McLemore, who wrote a book called Lake Lore that is one of the best representations of neurodiverse characters that I've ever read, and trans. You have Rika Aoki, who wrote Light from Uncommon Stars, which is one of the best trans novels, one of the best pieces of LGBTQ fiction I have read in the last 10 years. I think it's remarkable. Getting to see people like me, or people like others like themselves in their community, whether it be trans people, whether it be queer people, whether it be other marginalized communities, getting to see them tell their stories, getting to have the option and the opportunity to tell their stories in ways that hasn't been done before is extraordinary. I was born in the 80s, I came of age in the 90s. I remember distinctly how it felt never seeing myself in a book. Never. And I told myself that if I was ever going to write, if I was ever going to be an author, I would never want that to happen to people like me ever again. And so I think about all these amazing queer and authors of color who are coming to science fiction and fantasy and putting their mark on it and telling the stories where we have always belonged, that it's just so great. And I love genres. As I said, ADHD makes me bounce around everywhere else, but science fiction and fantasy has always been my safe place. It has always been my home, and I will continue to write in this genre until I can write no more.
Okay, great. Our last question before we go to audience members. I know you have a lot of fans out there who will want to ask you a lot of questions. So tell us, what are you working on now, if you're working on anything, or what do you plan to be working on? And how do you want to evolve or change as a writer as your career progresses?
I will never be the world's best writer. I will never be the world's greatest writer. I don't need to be. I just need to be a little bit better than I was the day before. That is what I hope to do. What I'm working on now, I'm going to get in trouble if I say. So I'm going to say this. Sometime next year, I have a new novel coming out that has not been announced yet that is going to break all of your brains.
Whoa.
You are not going to believe what's coming your way. And trust me, when that announcement comes and you are all freaking out, just know that I will be gleefully going, yes, yes, this is all part of my plan, yes. So next year, it's going to be a very big book, and I'm very, very excited about it. I'm actually in the middle of editing it right now, and I do have to say, it's really good. It is a really good book.
That's always great whenever you actually are in the editing phase and you're rereading it. You're like, oh, this is actually better than I thought.
Well, then you get to the next page and you're like, oh, no, it's not.
So we do have 2 microphones if anybody wants
Don't be nervous. There's only hundreds of people in this room, and you have to stand up in front of everyone and ask a question. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Look at this microphone. Is so lonely right here.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right. Go ahead. Look at you. I like your hair. You're welcome.
I like your shoes.
Thank you. This is my capitalism. This is what I was like, okay, fine, I'll give you money, give me gay things.
Yeah. Hate capitalism until it caters to me.
Me, right. They're like, oh yes, gay people also have money, and it's not June? What?
All right. So my question is, I work in a public library in the teen section, and sometimes your books, like the Extraordinary series, which is fantastic, are considered YA. The House in the Cerulean Sea is considered a YA book, but we have it cataloged as an adult novel. I wondered what your thoughts were on how to...
The House in the Cerulean Sea is the main character is a 40-year-old man. It should not be YA.
Yeah, but it still won an award.
Yeah, it won the Alex Award for an adult novel that crosses over with young adult fiction.
You're right.
Hell yeah. But no, I get what you're saying with that. It has been, a lot of people have that same question. To me, if a character is not a young adult, then it's not necessarily just for a young adult. In this case, The House in the Cerulean Sea, Linus Baker is 40 years old, so I consider it an adult novel that crosses over.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you. I still like your hair. It's wonderful.
Over here on this side.
Hi.
Hello there. My name's Christian. I'm just a member of the reading public. I'm kind of curious. Have any of the stories about people ostensibly falling in love with chatbots influenced this book? And even if they haven't, I'm just curious what your thoughts are on the phenomenon in general.
Of people falling in love with chatbots?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh my God, does this have to make me tell you that I probably had a crush on Smarter Child when I was younger? my 11-year-old AOL screen name XX Lost Dreamer XX. Look, man, what was that movie that came out with Joaquin Phoenix about him falling? Her, right. Yeah. Look, if you fall in love with something that is not human, that's your business. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but at the same time, I do think that humans need human connection. I think that we need humanity. Because if anything, artificial intelligence like ChatGPT and stuff like that, it'll only tell you what you need to hear. And that's not conducive of a good and healthy relationship. And also, you probably shouldn't bonk a machine. So, next question.
Here we go, over here.
Hi, as an autistic individual, is there any world in which that first draft could be viewed by the public?
Good question.
Maybe like a special edition somewhere down the road. I don't know. I have to tell you, that took a lot out of me to do that, because in essence, and I don't want anybody to think of it this way, because it's definitely not what the sensitivity reader had intended. But for me, it felt like I was being asked to cure Victor. And I hated that feeling, because people like me, people like you, neurodiverse people, we're not broken. We don't need to be fixed. We are exactly as we're supposed to be. If anything needs to be fixed, it's the other people who think that we're broken somehow. So maybe one day, we'll have to wait and see. Thank you for your question. I like your shoes. Over here. Hi.
Hi. First of all, I just wanted to say that The House in the Cerulean Sea is probably my favorite book, so thank you.
Oh, well, you might be my favorite person. Thank you.
And I was just wondering, what was your process for coming up with the universe that they live in and the characters? Absolutely.
So it should be surprising to no one that I am a very character-driven author, meaning that characters, it's going to sound like, I could have either grown up to be a psychopath or a writer, is how it works. Characters speak to me. I hear their voices in my head. Lucy was the very first character I heard from The House in the Cerulean Sea. I knew he was not going to be the main character, but I knew he was going to be a big character. And so when it came to filling out the kids and how I wanted this to work, I knew that magic was always going to be something that I wanted to play around with, and that the idea of bigotry against magic was something I wanted to play around with. Because back in 2017, 18, when I wrote that book, we had just had an election, and it was not a good place to be in. So I wanted to write a story about joy, about happiness, about kindness, but I also wanted to write about the Antichrist. So, I'm going to focus specifically on Lucy for your question. The reason I included something like Lucy, the Antichrist, the 6-year-old Antichrist in this book, was because I wanted this extreme to explore the idea of nature versus nurture. Lucy is the Antichrist. Everybody knows what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the end of humanity, this darkness rising up. But what if a person like the Antichrist was given to somebody like Arthur Parnassus, what would that look like? Would that person have to give into their nature, or could they be nurtured to be who they want to be rather than what they're supposed to be? So that's kind of why some of those kids were included with that, was because I wanted that kind of big extreme. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I like your shirt. Hi.
Hi, my name's Abigail, and because you write in such a queer space, in such a warm space, I wanted to ask a number of unpublished writers that I also write with. We're hearing more and more about editors are turning away from queer novels because they're worried about the political climate, and that's becoming, it's always been a barrier. And just as a published author, I wanted to hear about how are you finding the climate, and how do we keep getting queer books out there?
You find the publishers, the editors, and the people who matter and stuff like that. I have not heard what you've heard, but then of course I'm not on the ground level at this point. But here's what I'll tell you. My publisher, Macmillan and Tor, they have never once asked me to minimize any part of the queerness in my books. I have never heard of another queer author being forced to do the same. Here's what I want everybody here to understand. When we all think of Pride, we think of it as a celebration. We think of it as streamers, balloons, parades, everything like that. No, Pride is a riot. Pride started because we were fighting for our lives. Pride is here because we wanted to show the world that we exist. Writing in the space that you're writing in and doing what you're doing, you're gonna meet some people who do not agree with what you do. And they are sometimes in the publishing industry. But I can tell you straight from the bottom of my heart, they are very far and few between. Trust me, if word got out that an editor at a major publishing house was saying, we don't want to take queer books because of blah, 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 nobody would submit to that editor ever again. And frankly, if that happened and I heard about it and I knew that, I wouldn't be shouting that name from the rooftops, because people like that deserve to be publicly named and shamed. Because if you're seriously saying that a book that has queerness in it might not be the best book to publish because of the current political climate, you tell that person to go to hell, man. That's ridiculous, because we deserve to have our stories told no matter who we are, no matter what. And you know what? Sometimes it feels like a fight. Guess what? Queer people have always had to fight. We may always have to fight, but I would rather fight for what I believe in than to stand by and let everything else go.
It's reassuring, thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Ashleen. Thank you for your representation, because I grew up in the 80s and 90s too, and didn't have any either.
Yeah, you know.
I lost my aunt back in March, and I read Under the Whispering Door. And being a little girl who went to my aunt's house every Sunday to be served a hot cup of tea, thank you so much. My question for you is, what would Hugo serve you?
So, how many of you guys know V.E. Schwab? Victoria Schwab. Okay. She's a lovely, lovely author. And back when Under the Whispering Door came out in September of 2021, we were still in the pandemic. And we did, Victoria agreed to host one of the virtual stops that we did at a bookstore. And before we did this stop, she and I were chatting back and forth about how we wanted this hour presentation to go. And she said, we should make our own teas up there while we're doing that. And I said, oh, that sounds like a good idea. She's like, I have this old fancy tea kit and these wonderful teas in these little like glass vials, and I'll bring that on. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I'll bring my Bigelow orange spice rind tea that I get from the store. And I didn't tell her that, okay? I didn't tell her that I was bringing that on, but I did bring that on. And I'm sorry that I have to curse in front of children, but V.E. Schwab, in front of hundreds of people, in front of my audience, when she heard my tea, she goes, wow, so you're just a basic bitch. So, peppermint tea is, Wallace's peppermint tea is what Wallace would make, or what Hugo would make for me.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for your question, I appreciate it. Hi.
Hi, so my name is Tegan, and as someone trying to read all the Discworld books, what is your favorite Terry Pratchett story?
Oh my God. Is that even possible to have a favorite? Guards, maybe? I think Discworld as a whole is my favorite piece of fantasy. I'm just gonna do it that way, shut up. It is my favorite piece of fantasy ever written. everything about it is absolutely perfect. So that's what I would suggest. I have not. Has anybody here seen the second season of what is it? Good Omens. Has it? Okay. Do they get gay? See, I always wanted to see what was going to happen with the rest of it, what he would have done with that story and everything like that. I think that's one of my most favorite. When Neil talks about how the story ideas that they had and that they were going to be working together, it makes my day. So, yeah. Thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Grace, part of the general reading public as well.
Hooray!
In creative fields, you often hear of killing your darlings.
Yeah.
And so I was very curious if there was any character theme or scene that you wrote that you were particularly proud of, but for the overall story whole had to be cut.
The story I'm editing right now that I can't tell you anything about. There's a part that is so funny and it is so good. And I was cackling when I wrote it. And then my editor was like, eh. And I was like, are you insane? This is so good. She's like, read it again. And then I did. And I said, okay, it's good. And then she's go, read it again. And then I did. And I said, oh, crap. So then I cut it. But I'm saving it because I am going to share it after when the book comes out, so I can show you that I have, the parts that get cut are not gone forever. So I'm gonna show you with you guys. And trust me, when you read it, you're gonna laugh, because it's funny. Thank you for your question. Hi.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I just want to say you are my favorite author of all time. Love you.
Oh, thank you.
It was so good.
You were so good.
My question is, you said, you're a very character-driven author, so do you have a favorite character that you've written in all of your books?
Oh, crap. It's like parents, well, I was gonna say, that's like asking parents to tell who their favorite kid is. I would say nobody does that, and then I realized my parents would do that. So, it's either a tie between Chauncey from The House in the Cerulean Sea or Gus from a book called How to Be a Normal Person. And I want to talk about that just real quick. How to Be a Normal Person is a book that I wrote in 2015. It is not fantasy. It is not science fiction. It is just a contemporary romantic comedy about asexuality. And that was the first time I came public about my own asexuality. That book helped me to discover myself. And so that's why the character of Gus will always be deep, deep in my heart, that I love him so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We're here.
Hi, my name is Sophie. I feel like I know the answer already.
Oh,
but
good.
I'm curious if House of the Cerulean Sea was inspired by Good Omens at all.
No, it wasn't. No, Though for every time that the supposedly queer couple helps the Antichrist, you'd think that would have, this is good. No, I wanted to write my own story. If anything, I think the biggest inspiration came from Diana Wynne Jones' Howl's Moving Castle, because there's a sense of peace and happiness that I felt in that book that I wanted to explore, which is why also a lot of people are somewhat surprised after reading The House in the Cerulean Sea to find out I'm not British. So that's why I wrote that book the way it did. Yeah, thank you.
And our last question.
Our last question. Hi.
I just wanted to ask, how and why did you write your first book?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I just wanted to ask, how and why did you write your first book?
Because I felt like I was going insane in my head. Like I told you, I could have either grown up to be a psychopath or a writer, because I hear voices in my head. I made the choice to become a writer, which I'm sure we're all grateful for. But I wrote my first book because I knew if I didn't do it, I never would. I was in my 20s, and I had it in my head that I was going to write the great American novel, and it was not. But I did it because I had had too many people in my life telling me I could not do it. And I wanted to prove all of them wrong, and look at me now. I proved every single one of them wrong. Thank you. So, I'm gonna tell you guys, before we end, I wanna tell you guys a quick story, okay? So, I want you to imagine, it's deep in the pandemic. You are reading The House in the Cerulean Sea with your Southern Baptist church group. And you decide to contact the author to see if he will come and speak at your church group. I got this email from this lovely community asking me if I would come and speak at their church. I did. It was over Zoom. I want you to imagine row after row on my computer screen of elderly white women, all smiling, all warm, all happy, except for one. In the top right corner, there was a woman glaring at me the entire time. She didn't speak. She didn't say a single thing. She just glared. Everybody else was totally chill. Everything was totally fine. The conversation went well. So I ended thinking, okay, I'll never hear from any of them again. Guess who emailed me the next day? The very angry woman. Why was she angry? Oh, she let me know. She let me know that she was so angry with me and disgusted that they picked this title because there was the Antichrist in this book. Did I not know who the Antichrist was? Did I not know what the Antichrist was going to do? And while she did come to care about 6-year-old Lucy, she wished I'd gone in a different direction. Then she ended the email with the best sign-off of any email I've ever received from anybody ever. So much so that I use this sign-off in every email that I do for my friends from here on out. After taking me to task for including the character of the Antichrist, she ends the email by saying, "But I did not mind the homosexuals." So remember, if you ever experience bigotry, make them so mad about something else they'll forget about the gays. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for attending. And don't forget, if you would like to get your book signed, 1:30 at our book signing area on the 2nd floor. Thank you for coming to the National
And everybody
Book
call
Festival.
Lean Shogun, please, our
you.
National Archivist.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can go away now. Bye.
Good afternoon. So glad to see so many of you here at the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival, a place where everyone has a story. At this time, I'm going to ask you to turn off or silence your cell phones. And I also want to mention that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the program. Should you need to step away, it's a brief left turn, and there's also a gender-neutral restroom on this floor. So glad you're here. Enjoy the next presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Chogan. I'm the 11th Archivist of the United States, and welcome to the National Book Festival. Welcome to the session, Capital Secrets, J. Edgar Hoover's Shadowy Reign with Beverly Gage and James Kirchick. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our participants today. Beverly Gage is a professor of 20th century American history at Yale University. She writes frequently for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New York Times Magazine, and the New Yorker, amongst other publications. Her biography, G-Man, J. Edgar Hoover and the Making of the American Century, won the 2023 Pulitzer Prize for Biography. James Kirchick is a columnist for Tablet Magazine and a writer-at-large for Airmail. His first book, The End of Europe, Dictators, Demagogues, and the Coming Dark Age, was published by Yale University Press in 2017. His latest book is Secret City, The Hidden History of Gay Washington. And I'm very proud to say that both of these books were researched at the National Archives and the Library of Congress. Both Beverly and James will be signing books from 3 to 4 p.m. after this session on the second floor. This session will be moderated by Mr. David Rubenstein. He is the National Book Festival co-chair. Thank you again for attending, and I hope you enjoy the session.
So thank you all for coming, and thank you for being here. So congratulations on winning the Pulitzer Prize.
Thank you.
So how do you actually know you're going to win the Pulitzer Prize? Did somebody call you and say you're going to win it, or they call you right afterwards? How do you know? How do you
I just knew.
You knew you were going to win?
They don't tell you in advance. Actually, you are there for the public announcement, and that is how you find out. You find out when everyone else.
No friend calls you up and tips you off in advance?
No, I got no advance.
So did you, when you won it, did people call you from high school and said, we always knew you were going to win the Pulitzer Prize or something like that?
Yes, in fact, my high school English teacher claims credit for the whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah. She says that she's very proud that I'm her first Pulitzer Prize winner, and so she's holding out hope for the rest of us.
Were you an A student in English or something? Or?
I was an A student in
Good.
English.
Okay. So let me ask you, when you're working on a book like this, you spent 12 years of your life, 12 years. You didn't know you were going to win the Pulitzer Prize. You didn't know if the book would sell, and it's a book that's about 900 pages. So did you think any time in that 12 years that maybe this was too big a project, maybe you were spending time on something that wasn't going to be productive? Did you ever worry about whether this was a good way to spend your life?
I definitely did. I wondered particularly, these seemed to be, you know, the prime years of my career, and I wondered at many points not only whether the world kind of wanted a big book about J. Edgar Hoover in particular, and you know, I do try to kind of dismantle some of the myths about Hoover. I'm not trying to make him a sympathetic character, but I did try to be fair to him. And then particularly whether the world still wants 800, 900-page history books, and thank goodness they do.
Okay, so sometimes authors who write books that become very successful, yours is on the New York Times bestseller list for quite some time, they get writer's block. So Margaret Mitchell never wrote another book. Harper Lee never wrote another book while she was alive that we know of. And you know, this happens, you know, Ralph Ellison never wrote another book. So are you writing another book?
I am. You know, I feel like happily I've had sort of the opposite experience, which was that I spent 12 years working on this one book, and therefore I have this enormous backlog of book ideas that I was keeping as a running list the whole time.
So James, your book is one that I enjoyed reading, as I did her book as well, but was it easier to sell that to a publisher, or was it harder to sell that subject to a publisher?
Well, my book is a book about sex, secrets, and power. That's how I sold it.
And sex sells, right?
And all three of those things combined, I think, make it pretty captivating.
So did you have a lot of people, how long did it take you to work on this book?
I'd say cumulatively, maybe 5 years. I was inspired to write the book actually as an undergraduate at Yale, where I was studying under John Gaddis, who's the kind of dean of Cold War studies, and he was teaching a class on the art of biography. and we had to choose as our subject anyone whose papers are at the Yale archives. And I chose Larry Kramer, who was an AIDS activist and playwright, a gay activist as well. And so I got to meet Larry, and I was writing about him, and yet I had this interest in Cold War history that I got studying with John Gaddis. And so the kind of merging of these two subjects when I was a young man then kind of inspired me several years later to write the book.
Okay, so is Washington, in your view, more gay than other cities of comparable size or less gay?
Well, technically, according to the census, it's the gayest state in the country.
Gayest city?
Yes, state.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
In terms of the, yes. At the same time, if you look at my book, it's simultaneously the gayest city, but was also for a long time the most anti-gay city, which is appropriate because this is the capital of hypocrisy. So there is a kind of fitting notion to that.
All right, you go all the way back to Pierre L'Enfant.
You could start there. I mean, I mentioned him who designed this capital.
And you suggest he was gay?
Well, he was a confirmed bachelor. He was written to have a very artistic temperament and whatnot. There are these sorts of clues that you could put together. I can't come down, was he or wasn't he? In the same way with J. Edgar Hoover. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence, right? But I don't make that claim one way or the other.
But you claim he's buried in a gay part of Washington, right?
Well, there's a fascinating story to this, which is J. Edgar Hoover, who died in 1972, was buried in Congressional Cemetery. And then just a couple of years later, his companion, assistant, Clyde Tolson, was buried just a couple of plots away from him. And then in 1988, there was a gay Vietnam veteran named Leonard Matlovich, who was the first gay soldier to come out and challenge the ban on gay people in the military. In 1975, he was on the cover of Time magazine. He died of AIDS in 1988, and he bought the closest plot that he could find to J. Edgar Hoover in Congressional Cemetery. And you can visit it. His headstone says, a gay Vietnam veteran, when I was in the military, I was given a medal for killing 2 men and a discharge for loving 1. And in the years since, dozens of other gay people have now bought burial plots, and they're now all buried around J. Edgar and Clyde Tolson. Wow. So Congressional Cemetery refers to this as their gay corner. And it's the only such kind of gay cemetery in the world. So I think that's sort of a fitting end for J. Edgar Hoover, who was such a, when it came to gay people in this city, he was really the most oppressive person.
Now, you conclude he might or might not have been gay. You pretty much conclude that he was gay. Is that right? Is that a fair summary?
Well, I try to kind of work with the evidence that's available on that question.
What was the evidence?
Well, Hoover and Tolson, who we've already been hearing about, were essentially partners for more than 40 years. And that meant not only that they worked together at the FBI, Hoover was the #1 guy, Tolson was the #2 guy, but they really lived kind of fused lives and had a very open and widely respected social partnership in Washington, in LA, in New York, the places where they liked to hang out. So if you were inviting Edgar to a big Washington dinner party, you were also going to invite Clyde. And so there are lots of aspects of their relationship that are incredibly open. They're pretty easy to document, particularly in the 30s and 40s. They're in the gossip columns all the time. They're going to nightclubs and Broadway shows in New York. But there are pieces of it that are, of course, harder to get at. One is how they actually felt about each other, which tended to be sort of subdued. There are a couple of love letters that are written in sort of Hoover's favorite bureaucratic language, like, Clyde, you have been a very faithful aide to me these many decades, but I think that was love for J. Edgar Hoover. And then, of course, we don't really know in the end if this was a sexual relationship or not.
Whether he was gay or not is not as important as the fact, in my view, that he went after gays, and you might explain this. If you were gay or thought to be gay in Washington 1940s or 50s, not caught in a gay act, which was illegal, I guess, but if you were just said to be gay, you could be arrested and taken out of your job and fired. Is that right?
Correct.
And J. Edgar Hoover led this effort.
Well, he enforced it for sure. So for about 3 decades, it was federal policy that you could not be a federal employee and be gay. And so the FBI, as well as various other agencies and the civil service, were in charge of doing investigations into people's sex lives and often having them discharged if, in fact, they were found to be gay. And Hoover is an interesting character in all of this. Right? He's the head of the FBI. His men are out there, enforcing this policy. And he also was pretty ruthless about enforcing suggestions, made even in casual settings that he and Clyde had something untoward going on. He would actually send an FBI agent to your door if he heard about this, and that FBI agent would say, don't say such scurrilous things about the finest, most upstanding American. But Hoover didn't speak about it nearly as publicly or as vociferously as he spoke about many other things, communism, law and order.
There's an episode in my book where it was, I think, 1943, so it's World War II, and there are a group of women playing bridge. They have a weekly bridge club in northwestern rural Pennsylvania. And one of these women, apropos of nothing, sort of mentions to the other women playing bridge that she heard J. Edgar Hoover was a queer. Now, unbeknownst to her, one of the other women in this bridge club, her nephew was an agent in the FBI. He mentioned it to his boss, who mentioned it to his boss, and we know all this because it's contained within the files of the FBI. It makes its way all the way to Washington, where the agent in charge in Washington gets this woman basically summoned to the nearest FBI field office, which is in Cleveland. So she has to drive all the way to Cleveland, where she is spoken to by the special agent in charge. Where did you hear this, that the director was a homosexual? We're in the middle of a war right now. You can't be spreading these rumors. So they would put the fear of God into anyone who would say something.
Sorry, the theory that some people postulated was during World War II, we have to worry about espionage. And if you were gay, and at a time when people were closeted as gays, you might be subject to blackmail.
Yes.
But you point out in your book there was a very prominent person, I think in the State Department, or Defense Department, who said, I'm gay, so I'm not, you can't blackmail me because I'm telling everybody I'm gay, but he was still pursued.
Well, the first person to really challenge his firing was a man named Frank Kameny, who worked for the Army Map Service. And he was fired in 1957. And he became the first person to really challenge this and said, look, I'm openly gay. You can't blackmail me. I went to Harvard. I'm trained as a PhD astronomer. He tried to challenge it. The government would not back down. He tried to appeal it to the Supreme Court. He tried to get the ACLU to represent him. Even the ACLU would not take the case of a homosexual in 1957. And he really becomes the first gay activists in the United States.
So let's talk about...
It took decades for it to change, obviously.
J. Edgar Hoover. Tell us about where he was born, who his parents were, and how he managed to get a job in the federal government that he held for 48 years.
Right. J. Edgar Hoover is a pure creature of Washington. So for those of you who are born and bred in Washington, you share this part of your life with J. Edgar Hoover. But he was born right on Capitol Hill, a few blocks away from the Capitol, in a little park called Seward Square. For those of you who are locals, the Capitol Hill Methodist Church is there now on the site of his birthplace. But he grew up in Washington. He came from a family of government servants in large part. He went through the DC public school system, which was a segregated public school system at the time. He went to George Washington University and did an undergraduate degree in law there while he worked at the Library of Congress. So we really have the Library of Congress to thank for J. Edgar Hoover's file-keeping skills and information organization, but he went to work, when he graduated, he went straight into the Justice Department, and then he became director of the Bureau by 29.
29, he was director of the Bureau, but the Bureau wasn't really much in those days. What did the Bureau really do in those days? I mean, in the early days, nobody ever heard of it.
Right, so it was a small organization when Hoover took it over. He was engaged in some of the wartime surveillance, in particular the Palmer raids, which were very controversial deportation raids carried out by the Justice Department. But he managed to survive all of those scandals and become director in 1924 at the age of 29. And it was a no big deal appointment to some degree. The Attorney General just said, we need someone to do this, and he was the available unbelievable man. The Bureau didn't do much. They had a grab bag of federal crimes, auto theft, interstate prostitution. Mostly they were doing kind of white-collar antitrust work.
Did he ever get married? He was never
Hoover?
married.
Well, he married the Bureau. That's what he always said.
Okay. He lived with his mother until she passed away.
He lived with his mother until he was 43 years old, and then he moved to Northwest Washington, got his own house.
Let's talk about some of the administrations you point out in your book. So, well, let's go through some of the ones. Let's talk about Abraham Lincoln.
My book really doesn't begin until the 30s, but we could talk about Abraham Lincoln if you want.
Well, Lincoln, there was a book that was written not long ago that Abraham Lincoln was gay. Yeah. You investigate this?
Well, it's based on his letters, mostly with another man with whom he shared a bed for several years on the frontier in the American West in the 1830s. That's very common in those days. Which was not uncommon. Although if you read some of these letters back and forth with this man named Joshua Speed, they're a little hot and heavy. But look, I'm not a literary scholar, so it's not for me to say whether or not it's indicated.
But your conclusion was Lincoln was...
He might have been. Again, I can't, without evidence, as historians, we have to be very judicious in our
don't destroy our illusion. What about George Washington? He wasn't gay, right?
Well, look, if you spoke to Larry Kramer, who I met, and I wrote, Larry thought everyone was gay. Every president was gay. Hoover was obviously gay. Everyone was gay. I mean, but Larry was not. Larry was a great novelist and a great playwright.
But Washington, he was not gay.
Well, no, there's no evidence.
What about James Buchanan?
There's been a book written about this, actually. It came out 3 or 4 years ago.
He was the only unmarried president ever.
He was the first and only bachelor president, I believe. In this book, it's called Bosom Friends, and it concludes that his relationship with another man who was a senator, I believe, Rufus King, if I'm not mistaken, that they were, it was widely talked about and rumored, but there actually was, this historian concludes that they were not gay.
Okay.
But it's interesting that we have people claiming that both the best and the worst president in American history, in my opinion, were gay.
Okay, well, going into the 20th century, in the beginning of the 20th century in Washington, D.C., let's take the first couple administrations. Those presidents, did they tolerate people who were gay, or there were gays in the administration, but nobody really wanted to talk about it?
It's funny, FDR, who's the first president I write about, he had a very close aide, Undersecretary of State named Sumner Welles, who was really running the State Department. Very important diplomat who was exposed quietly, secretly, as being gay. He was getting drunk on the presidential train and propositioning porters. And it was actually J. Edgar Hoover became involved in this in coming into the Oval Office and telling FDR, I think what we should do is get him a bodyguard to stay with him at all times, but make sure the bodyguard is an older gentleman so people won't start spreading rumors about the two of them. But FDR really went to the mat to try to protect Welles, and his response was basically, if he's not doing it on government time, what do I care? He also was FDR was also very forgiving of his friends for what they did when they were drunk. This is a different time, okay? This was the 1940s, and powerful men could get away with things. But simultaneously, there was another scandal going on with an isolationist Democratic senator named David Walsh, who opposed FDR on World War II and whatnot. And he was outed. It was the first outing in American history by the New York Post in 1942. And because he was an opponent of FDR, FDR was quietly supporting the campaign against him. So it was very kind of...
What about FDR's wife?
Eleanor, again, it comes down to the letters that she exchanged with an AP reporter at the time named Lorena Hickok, where she writes about kissing this woman, and they're very passionate letters. She obviously did not have a great relationship with her husband. Once he was in the White House, he was carrying on multiple affairs with other women in a very kind of blatant way, where she was very aware of it. So yeah, it's certainly possible.
So back to J. Edgar Hoover. What did he do that really got him national attention? Was it the John Dillinger so-called killing? And what did he actually have to do with John Dillinger? He wasn't really the guy killing John Dillinger, right? Why did he get so much attention for it?
Right. Well, the Roosevelt administration really is the moment that the FBI, as we think of it today, becomes the FBI. It's when they get their name, and it's also when Hoover becomes a national celebrity. Dillinger was the great case of the age, and one of the things that's interesting about Hoover is that he was never the guy on the ground. Even when he was a very young man, he was always the administrator, the bureaucrat, the person.
Did he carry a gun ever?
There is no evidence, actually,
Did he
that
ever
he
arrest
knew how
anybody?
to shoot a gun. Well, he only arrested someone when he was called in front of Congress, appropriations hearing in the mid-1930s, and there's all of this crime stuff going on, and a congressman says, well, Mr. Hoover, you seem like a showman, but have you ever arrested anyone? He had to admit that the answer was no, but the next time they had arrested a big gangster, he made sure that he was there, and apparently the agents ran out and did all of the hard work, and then once it was safe, Hoover kind of came trotting out and made the arrest.
You mean somebody in Washington took credit for something somebody else did?
Just that once, just that once.
So you also point out in your book that there was an agent that he seemed to be really close to, let's say. What was the story with that agent?
Yeah, right.
Right. So this is an agent named Melvin Purvis, and Melvin Purvis went on himself to become very famous. He was the head of the Chicago office in the mid-30s, and he was the man who got Dillinger. But before he was famous and before he was the head of the Chicago office, he was this kind of cute young agent in Hoover's employ. And happily, his son actually saved all of this very intimate correspondence between Purvis and Hoover. It's some of the best evidence we have of kind of what Hoover was like, particularly as a relatively young director, in his interpersonal relationships with his agents. It's very flirtatious correspondence. It's jokey. It's friendly. It actually has the tone of being something of a kind of workplace sexual harassment scenario, in which he's constantly saying to Melvin, like, no, don't call me director or Mr. Hoover, call me John or J.E. or Edgar. And Melvin is writing back saying, okay, Mr. Hoover, I mean, I'll do that, boss. I mean, no problem, J.E. You know, so.
Well, some people in the Bureau called J. Edgar Hoover Edna, is that right?
Well, this was one of the kind of derogatory nicknames. Edna and Clyde was one of the things that people said about Hoover.
So let's go through the FDR. You had another point?
I was going to say Bobby Kennedy, I believe, who was very homophobic, unlike his brother, who was much more comfortable around gay men. His best friend was gay. But there was something happened, I believe it was Clyde was sick in the hospital, and J. Edgar Hoover had to go visit him. And Bobby said to one of his aides, oh, did Clyde have a hysterectomy? So.
Well, okay. So let's go through. After FDR, there's Truman.
Yeah.
And there's a Truman administration. There's McCarthy is accusing people of there's gays in the State Department. And as a result of that, McCarthy got a lot of attention. What's the story behind all that?
So Joe McCarthy gives his infamous speech in Wheeling, West Virginia on February 9th, 1950. That's where he holds up that list in his hand and says, I have a list of 251 communists. By the way, that number would change given the day or how much Senator McCarthy had to drink that day. Some days it was 56, some days it was 87. But just a couple of weeks after that, Dean Acheson, the Secretary of State, is called to testify about the supposed communist threat at the State Department. And he brings an aide with him who just in passing mentions that 91 homosexuals had been fired over the past 3 years. Not that many communists or people suspected of communism, but 91 homosexuals. And so this comes as a shock to Washington. And it kicks off what's known as the Lavender Scare, which is this decades-long purge and ban on gay people holding any job in the federal government, not just jobs that you needed a security clearance for. You couldn't get a job at the Library of Congress. You couldn't get a job at the Smithsonian Institution if they knew that you were gay.
Okay, now you point out in your book that McCarthy hired an aide named Roy Cohn.
He did.
He was gay.
He was really gay. He was definitely gay.
But you
no
also
doubt about that.
Point out in your book that Roy Cohn hired an aide who seems to have been his friend.
His object of lust, I think is fair to say.
And then you point out in your book that maybe McCarthy kept both of them because maybe he was gay.
Well, I don't say that, but that was definitely talked about at the time in terms of the Army.
Okay.
So they bring on this consultant to their committee investigating communism in the Army named David Schein, who people would note in the press, for instance, he was the son of a hotel chain heir. And they couldn't understand why this young man was hired for this job investigating communism, other than that he looked like a Greek god. That's how they would write about this because again, you couldn't use the word homosexual in the press at the time. It was such a taboo subject that even to accuse someone, it had to be done in this very kind of roundabout way. And this led to the Army McCarthy hearings. The famous end of Joe McCarthy's career was over the accusation that he and Roy Cohn were trying to get special treatment for David Schein, because they didn't want him to serve in the military.
In your book, you kind of say that there was a suspicion or feeling or a prejudice that if you went to an Ivy League school and you cared about foreign policy and you went to a prep school, an all-male prep school, that maybe you were more likely to be
perceived that way, absolutely.
Right.
In fact, homosexuality becomes a weapon. In the early years of the CIA, they did not get along very much with the FBI. I mean, the FBI was concerned with domestic subversion, and the CIA was supposedly fighting communism abroad. And the FBI and the CIA did not get along. It goes back to really World War II. And the FBI is using accusations of homosexuality against CIA agents to get them fired.
Now, Beverly, in your book, you point out that during World War II, the FBI is doing counter-espionage, and they're doing all the work, more or less, that trying to find spies and so forth. But after the war is over, Truman does not give that responsibility in the future to the FBI. He says, I'll have the CIA. Why did he not give this responsibility to Hoover? Did Truman not like Hoover?
Truman did not like Hoover, and it's interesting, one of the things that I wanted to do with this book is to kind of denaturalize a lot of these institutions that we think of, of course, there's an FBI and there's a CIA, but really to look at the very contingent ways that they were created. And Hoover's experience under FDR had been, we get all of this new crime-fighting power, the war comes along, the FBI is put in charge of domestic intelligence, counter-espionage, and so Hoover's expectation is that then when the war comes to an end, he's also going to get to be in charge of the world. But Truman was suspicious of the concentrated power at the Bureau. He didn't like Hoover especially, and so...
But Hoover comes into his day when Eisenhower is elected president. Eisenhower is a conservative Republican and the kind of person that Hoover projected an image that he wanted to be. So did he get along actually with Eisenhower? Did Eisenhower like Hoover?
He did. Those were really Hoover's glory days. I mean, the Eisenhower administration reflected a lot of Hoover's values. They all went to the National Presbyterian Church together, right? So you've got a sharing of cultural values as well as anti-communism.
Right, so when Kennedy gets elected, Hoover, is he happy or sad? Happy because he's got a lot of documentation about John Kennedy's, let's say, extramarital affairs. On the other hand, he could use that stuff in some ways that give him more power. So is he happy that Kennedy's president or not happy?
Initially, he didn't mind. I mean, he wanted Nixon to be president because he was very good friends with Richard Nixon, but he thought that the Kennedy administration would be okay at first. He knew Joe Kennedy, but it turns out to be really a disaster for Hoover. He's really at odds with the Kennedys, but he doesn't get fired, as we all know, and that is in part because he had so much information about John Kennedy.
There was a general fear in Washington that he had files on everybody, and if you fired J. Edgar Hoover, these files would come out and that would be damaging to your career. Is that a fair summary of what people thought?
That is absolutely true, and it's partly the case that he really had these files, and then he also understood it's more important that people just think you have the files, and then they're going to do the same things whether you actually have the files or not.
Several times you point out in your book that J. Edgar Hoover went to Robert Kennedy and said, your brother might be having an affair with somebody who's a mafia mole or maybe a spy, and what did Robert Kennedy say about all that?
Right. This is one of the maybe low points of presidential history, was when John Kennedy and the head of the Chicago mob were actually sharing the same girlfriend at the same time. And, J. Edgar Hoover, I think, appropriately said maybe this isn't such a great idea for national security. And so Kennedy did allegedly at least break off that relationship.
But J. Edgar Hoover reported to the Attorney General. The Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, is only 35 when he's appointed. So how did he had to go and be summoned by the Attorney General, who was, 20 years younger? How did he get along with Kennedy and Hoover? How'd they get along?
Right, well, that's the real root of Hoover's difficulties during the Kennedy years. It's not so much the president, it's Robert Kennedy. Hoover disapproved of that appointment. It was pretty pure nepotism. Robert Kennedy is so young. He comes in, Hoover's in his 60s, Robert Kennedy's in his 30s, and Robert Kennedy wants to show that he's the one in charge, and so Hoover really resists that kind of exercise of power.
So Kennedy, you point out, his best friend was Lemoyne Billings, who went to prep school, classmate from, I guess, Choate. And so Kennedy knew he was gay, but he kept him as his best friend his whole life. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. He knew this because Lem Billings sort of came on to him when they were at boarding school together, and Jack told him, "I'm not that kind of boy." But they remained friends. I mean, most, you know.
And everybody in the Kennedy circle knew he.
They all knew, and they all loved him, and he was basically like a brother. He actually had a bedroom at the White House during the Kennedy years, and he was extremely distraught when JFK was assassinated.
Okay. So does Kennedy have a lot of other gays in the administration that he knows are gay?
Well, there's Joe Alsop, who was not in the administration, but a journalist who was extremely close to the Kennedys. He sort of popularized the missile gap, which was this claim that the United States had less missiles than the Soviets during the Eisenhower administration. And there's a very famous story involving Joe Alsop. He's visiting Moscow in 1957, and the Soviets put him in a honey trap. They basically send out a young, handsome man to basically seduce Alsop and bring him back to his hotel room in Moscow. They take photographs of this. And what happens is that Alsop actually does exactly what J. Edgar Hoover and every leader of the national security state would have expected of a gay man in this situation. He wrote down exactly what happened, and he told the CIA. You know, the Soviets were basically saying, "We're going to blackmail you. We want you to go back to Washington and spy for us in Washington." Alsop refuses to do that, and he confesses everything. And in this letter, this confession that he writes, gets into the hands of J. Edgar Hoover, and Hoover tries to basically, you know, put pressure on Alsop because he was a critic of the bureau. But Alsop was never outed during his lifetime.
So he tried to hide his sexuality by marrying Mary Alsop.
Susan Mary Alsop, who was a great sort of grand dame of social life in Washington.
Now, John Kennedy, when he is assassinated, he's succeeded by Lyndon Johnson, who had his top aide was a man named Walter Jenkins.
Walter Jenkins.
What happened to Walter Jenkins?
Walter Jenkins was the hardest working employee for Lyndon Johnson, which is saying a lot because Johnson was a real taskmaster, a very difficult person to work for. And Walter Jenkins spent 25 years working for Johnson since he was a congressman. And 3 weeks before the 1964 presidential election, Walter goes out to a party, opening up the new Newsweek magazine bureau here in Washington. Ben Bradley was the editor of Newsweek at the time. He has a couple too many martinis, and on the way home, he stops at the YMCA that used to be right across the street from the White House, and he goes into the bathroom downstairs, which was known as a cruising place for men seeking sex with men, and he engages in some sexual activity with another gentleman in that bathroom, but there are police hiding in the wall, and they're taking photos of it, and they arrest him, and they bring him in, they book him, and this comes out, so to speak, a couple days later. And LBJ is terrified. He thinks that this is going to cost him the election. He's running against Barry Goldwater. He's killing Goldwater, and he would end up winning one of the largest landslides in American history. But LBJ could not conceive of Walter Jenkins being a homosexual. He thought that the Republicans had maybe put something in Walter's drink. He thought maybe the Soviets were involved. He thought it was a dirty
Jenkins
trick.
was married with 6 children.
Jenkins was married, church-going Catholic, was a very close friend of Deke DeLoach, who was the number 3 man at the FBI and the liaison between the FBI and the White House. And this became this was really the first sort of big front-page gay scandal in American politics, was that the man who's right next to the president was a homosexual.
Okay. All right, back to J. Edgar Hoover. When Kennedy passes away, was assassinated, Johnson becomes president. What is the relationship between Johnson and Hoover?
Well, Johnson and Hoover, though you might not suspect it from their respective kind of ideologies or certainly from their reputations, but they were great friends. They had lived together on 30th Place in Washington, not in the same house, but they were neighbors on the same street from the 1940s into the 1950s. So they had a social relationship, they had a political relationship, and it sort of surprised me that it was really Johnson who I think did more with Hoover, good and bad, than almost any other president, and it was Lyndon Johnson who effectively made J. Edgar Hoover president for life. One of the things that he does in 1964, before the election, is to exempt Hoover from what was then the mandatory federal retirement age of 70. And as a result, Hoover's able to stay on through the late 60s into the early 70s, which is a period when the FBI commits some of its greatest abuses.
So Nixon becomes president after...
Sorry, can I just say one thing? There's a very funny moment when Johnson is on the phone with Hoover during the Walter Jenkins episode, because he ordered an FBI investigation into Jenkins, and he asks Hoover, how can you, I had no idea Jenkins was a homosexual. How can you tell if someone is a homosexual? And Hoover says to him, it's hard to tell sometimes, but you can sometimes tell by the way they walk.
The way they walk. Well, if I can add one other thing to the Walter Jenkins story, which you can see is like a very interesting and complicated story, but it is actually also a moment when Hoover plays this sort of interesting role. So first of all, he kind of saves Lyndon Johnson, right? This is, I think, an indication of their relationship. Johnson says, oh my gosh, Edgar, you know, they're accusing me of this huge national security breach because Walter Jenkins has had this gay assignation. Can you go investigate and basically can you absolve us of that? And Hoover does it fast. He does it in time for the election. And Hoover's actually quite kind to Walter Jenkins himself. He likes him. He had sent Walter Jenkins flowers at the hospital, and this becomes part of the scandal. But my favorite part of their conversations about that is it's a moment when Lyndon Johnson says, you know, J. Edgar, that was a really human thing you did. You were a kind man. And let me tell you, that's not something people said that often about J. Edgar.
So Johnson had a view on the death of Kennedy by saying that we shouldn't let the FBI be the only party investigating. He created the Warren Commission. Was Hoover against that, and why was he against the Warren Commission?
Hoover was against the Warren Commission initially. What Hoover wanted, right, the problem of the Kennedy assassination is that Lee Harvey Oswald had, of course, been arrested in Dallas, but then was murdered. And so what you would normally have, which is a big criminal trial where you can sift all of the evidence, wasn't going to happen. So there had to be a way to put the evidence before the American people, but you didn't have a trial. So that was the problem. Hoover's solution was, well, the FBI will investigate and we'll make a report, and that will be the end of the story. But Johnson didn't think that would have enough legitimacy, so he created the Warren Commission. At first, he assured Hoover that the Warren Commission was just going to kind of rely on the FBI, rubber stamp the FBI, but it would have more legitimacy as time went along. And they were much more at odds.
Was Hoover worried that it might turn out that maybe Lee Harvey Oswald was an FBI agent at some point, or an FBI consultant or whatever?
Right. There was a rumor over the course of that investigation that Oswald had been an informant for the FBI, had worked with the FBI. That turned out actually to be false. Okay. But one of the really interesting things is that the Warren commissioners sit there in their private sessions and they say, well, we don't have any choice except to accept Hoover's word that this is false. But we don't actually entirely trust him.
Yes. There's actually, as you'll find reading my book, that there's a gay angle to the Kennedy assassination. There's a gay angle to everything, which is that in 1967, a very crazy, if I could just say that, a district attorney in New Orleans named Jim Garrison brought what would be the only criminal trial ever in the history of the Kennedy assassination. It was against a businessman named Clay Shaw. If any of you have seen the movie JFK by Oliver Stone, it's about this case. In this, the theory that Garrison had was that the assassination of John F. Kennedy was a homosexual thrill killing, that it was a group of right-wing homosexuals in New Orleans who were very upset by the Bay of Pigs, the failure to overthrow Castro, and they wanted to kill the most handsome man in the world, John F. Kennedy. This was the basis. This was the basis of this
prosecution. Who else was
prosecution.
involved in that? A man named David
Ferry, who's portrayed by Al Pacino in the movie. Clay Shaw is portrayed by Tommy Lee Jones. It's a wild story. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go forward with respect to Nixon. Nixon is elected president. Obviously, Hoover loves that, I assume. And but it turns out, you point out in your book, that Nixon was plotting from the beginning how to get rid of Hoover, right? Pretty much?
Right. They had been friends for about 20 years at that point, and you can see why Hoover and Nixon might like each other. They have pretty similar temperaments in certain ways. They have a similar political outlook on the world, but they also seem to really be social friends. There's a lot of, cocktail parties, a lot of letters back and forth about, how they could really trust each other. And Nixon describes Hoover as his closest friend in Washington. And so they both think this is going to be great. When Nixon becomes president, he runs on a very Hoover-style law and order platform. And there's lots of celebration of the FBI for that first year. But it turns out that Nixon wants the FBI to do a lot of things that Hoover, both in his old age, but also kind of protecting the FBI from becoming too politicized, refuses to do. So Nixon starts plotting to make him retire, fails to do it, and is both happy and sad.
Why did he fail? I mean, couldn't he just say, J. Edgar, now's the time to retire? Or was Nixon afraid of that kind of confrontation?
Well, there are some very funny memos from Nixon's staff where they're like, how can we get him to retire? Let's let him keep his car. Maybe you could make him a Supreme Court justice. That was my favorite. But they finally do get Nixon to bring Hoover in for a very special breakfast where Nixon says, Edgar, you're in your mid-70s. What would you think about, if we retire you with great spectacle and celebration? And Hoover says, I don't really want to do that. And Nixon says, oh, well, okay, forget I mentioned it. And his aides are very mad at him about that.
So Nixon himself is surrounded by some people that you write about who might be gay, is that right?
Well, his chief speechwriter was Ray Price. But more interesting was that just a couple of months into the Nixon administration, basically the guy who taught Richard Nixon how to be Richard Nixon was a political advisor named Murray Chotiner from California. He was the one who, if you remember, when Richard Nixon was running for Congress against a woman named Helena Gahagan Douglas, he said that she was pink right down to her underwear. This was basically Murray Chotiner who told Nixon how to behave this way. And Murray Chotiner didn't get a job in the Nixon White House. And he was very upset about this, and he blamed John Ehrlichman, Bob Haldeman. I always confused which one was the chief of staff. Was Haldeman the chief of staff? And
Haldeman was the chief of staff.
Haldeman was the chief of staff. Ehrlichman was counsel, and Dwight Chapin. Murray Chotiner leaked to a journalist that these three Nixon aides were involved in a gay menage a trois. And they would meet every morning before going to the White House. They would meet at the Watergate Hotel to engage in a homosexual tryst, and then they would get in Haldeman's car and drive to the White House. And so this journalist, what does he do? He goes to the FBI. He meets with Deke DeLoach. And then what happens is that Deke DeLoach brings it to John Mitchell, the Attorney General, and the Nixon White House orders an investigation into the supposed homosexual ring in the White House. And so what actually happened is that J. Edgar Hoover was coming to the White House and interrogating these aides about their sex lives. So it's this strange situation where the man...
I don't remember if you wrote about this in your book. What about, there was a rumor between Richard Nixon and Bebe Rebozo.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, what's the story there?
There's no real story there. Bebe Rebozo was an old friend of his. There are some photos of the two of them walking on the beach together, I think,
holding
in California. Hands? No, they weren't holding hands, but there's no indication that Nixon was gay. But it's interesting to talk about Nixon and Hoover. Their relationship really began during the Whittaker Chambers Alger Hiss case, which was the first real domestic spy drama of the Cold War, which also had a gay undercurrent to it.
So in the administration I worked, Jimmy Carter, you point out that there was a woman named Midge Costanza who was hired as the liaison to the various groups, and that she made the cardinal sin of doing something on a Saturday afternoon. What was the cardinal sin?
She organized the first meeting with gay activists at the White House.
First time gays had openly been in the White House.
Openly come to the White House in March 1977. And this angered a lot of people, as you might imagine. President Carter was at Camp David that day. It was a Sunday afternoon. She was meeting with a couple of gay activists, and it really played a role in kind of the rise of the Christian right and the anti-gay agenda, because this notion that, homosexuals, acknowledged homosexuals, avowed homosexuals, were meeting at the White House with a staffer for the president.
Okay, so back to J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover is in his mid to late 70s. He's still reasonably, good shape, and mentally and physically he's able to do the job, you think?
I think that he was slowing down like anyone else, but I think he was still more or less in charge.
All right, so when does he die?
So he died in early May of 1972, and he died pretty suddenly. I mean, he was 77 at that point, and so it wasn't a huge surprise that he might pass away, but nobody expected this.
Okay. Now, there was always a fear that he had secret files on everybody. So as soon as he died, what happened to those secret files?
Well, there is a big sort of panic in the Nixon administration. They send people all over to Hoover's home, to the FBI, to figure out where the files are. And some of those are these files on people's sex lives that are rumored to exist, on their alcoholism, and a whole host of things. But some of them are files on wiretaps that Hoover had set at the behest of Nixon and Henry Kissinger on White House staffers and members of the press.
So people get to go inside and see J. Edgar Hoover's home. What was inside that home?
Well,
statues he had or things like that?
Hoover was a great collector of many, many things, celebrity photographs, trinkets. So if you look at the interior photos of his home, it is a very, very fussy home with all sorts of trinkets. One of his neighbors described it as this kind of weird old Victorian paradise inside Hoover's home. So that was there. There were some papers that were also in his home.
But weren't there some statues, some suggestive statues?
There are. So if you look at this kind of statuary that Hoover liked to collect, among them were male nudes. So he liked to collect, Greek statuary, many of which were male nudes. And he had a very large, I reprinted this in the book. If you buy it, you can see these photographs. He had a big fountain in his backyard that was essentially a naked young man.
Okay, so...
Make of that what you will.
Okay, that's going forward. Reagan. Reagan's elected president of the United States, defeats Carter. Reagan, virile man, so forth. He's not interested in anything to do with gays, right? He has no gay connections, right?
Well, no, not at all.
Did he know anybody wasn't gay?
Well, when Ronald So Nancy was the one. There's actually, in my photo insert, there's an entire page. It's called All the First Lady's Men, and it's photos of Nancy and all of her gay friends, or hairstylist, or interior decorator. But with Ronnie, it goes back to him being an actor. And he was in a film with Bette Davis in 1939 called Dark Victory, in which the director of the film basically wanted him to play the role of the gay best friend. Now, you couldn't do this explicitly in cinema at the time. There was actually a code, it was called the Hays Code. You could not explicitly depict gay people on screen. And so the way that Ronald Reagan described this in his first memoir that he published when he was running for governor, he said that the director asked him to play this role as if I was the sort of fella who would sit in the girls' dressing room and dish with them while they're getting dressed, which is an extremely long euphemistic way of saying that he wanted me to play a gay guy. And then just a year into his being governor of California, there was a scandal where Drew Pearson, who had a very tempestuous relationship with J. Edgar Hoover. Drew Pearson was this muckraking newspaper columnist who would, in his columns, sometimes suggest that maybe the director was not heterosexual. He alleges that there's a number of gay men in Ronald Reagan's gubernatorial office.
Including Jack Kemp.
Well, he doesn't use Jack Kemp's name. Jack Kemp at the time was a football player for the New York Giants, or the Buffalo Bills, excuse me, who was working that summer as an intern in Governor Reagan's office. And the way that Drew Pearson wrote about it in his column, he said that a number of men, including the governor's athletic advisor, were supposedly involved in this gay orgy at a vacation home in Lake Tahoe. And this becomes a huge scandal. Governor Reagan goes on television, basically threatens to murder Drew Pearson. A couple weeks later, he actually comes out and says, we let go of these men. So you then fast forward to 1980, but these rumors about Jack Kemp, they never go away. They never go away, and in the summer of 1980, Jack Kemp is being thought of or discussed as a potential running mate to Ronald Reagan. And one of the things I uncover in my book, it was never printed, but there were a group of liberal Republican congressmen, back when liberal Republicans used to exist. There were a group of them who were not happy that Ronald Reagan was going to become the nominee. And they sort of put together this dossier alleging that Ronald Reagan was being controlled by a right-wing homosexual cabal, and that he might himself actually be a homosexual. And they deliver this dossier. It's kind of like Deep Throat. They deliver it to Ben Bradley, at 2 in the morning. They knock on his door. They give him this dossier. Bradley puts his best reporters, including Bob Woodward, out on this story. They fan out across the country. They're investigating, they're interviewing people. The Post ends up not publishing anything about it, but it shows you the power of this rumor was extremely strong.
On the most serious thing that happened in the Reagan administration relating to this, when AIDS broke out, Ronald Reagan acted like he didn't know any gays. And in fact, when Rock Hudson came down with AIDS, did Reagan act like he barely knew the guy?
Yeah, and there was a request sent to the Reagans to get him a spot at a military hospital in Paris, which Nancy Reagan did not act on. But more troubling in my book, I found in the Reagan Library, I found the drafts once Hudson died of AIDS, and he was the first real celebrity, the first real public figure to die of AIDS. It was a major moment in the history of that disease. I found the drafts of the statement that Ron and Nancy published. In the initial draft had all these phrases, these terms of endearment. For instance, we knew him well and will miss him dearly, crossed out in the president's own handwriting. So he really went out of his way to distance himself from Rock Hudson.
Well, in those days, Reagan administration did not try to solve the problem right away because it was considered politically incorrect to be supporting gays and the disease?
Yes, President Reagan did not mention the word AIDS until September 1985. The disease had been first announced in the New York Times in June 1981. So can you imagine if the president hadn't uttered the word COVID, over 4 years after the outbreak began? He was just,
So who does Richard Nixon appoint to succeed J. Edgar Hoover, and why was that somewhat controversial?
Right, well, this is a real episode of kind of backroom Washington dealing. When Hoover dies in May of 1972, there are lots of people at the FBI who have been waiting for this moment for their whole careers, right? To have the shot at the top job, and they expected they would get it. Instead, Nixon appoints a man named L. Patrick Gray, Justice Department lawyer, but a loyalist to the Nixon administration, not someone from within the Bureau. And there are some folks at the Bureau who are upset. One of them, whose name has already been slightly suggested, is a man named Mark Felt, who was the number 3 man at the FBI. It was Hoover, Tolson retired as soon as Hoover died, and then there was Mark Felt. Mark Felt wanted that job, he was angling for that job, and he was mad at Nixon, and he began leaking to a reporter named Bob Woodward, later became known as Deep Throat.
Yeah.
Okay, so ultimately, the Patrick Gray didn't survive very long, did he?
He did not, no. He had a lot of resistance from within the Bureau, but at his at congressional hearings, he ended up confessing that he had done some rather nefarious things for the Nixon administration, including burning some Watergate evidence in his own home. So that was about it for him.
So when Bill Clinton is running for president, he actually has gay activists, David Mixner and others, helping him, which is relatively unusual to have people, quote, out of the closet doing that then. And what did Mixner want, and what did Clinton wind up doing with respect to the military?
Well, Bill Clinton was the first major party candidate to actually appeal to gay people as voters. That had never happened before. he gives a speech in Los Angeles just a couple of months before he becomes the nominee, where it's to a gay audience, and he openly asks gay people for their vote, which is a pretty incredible thing when you look at the history up to that point. He becomes president, and also he makes a promise that he's going to he's going to eliminate the military's policy that prevents gay people from serving. Of course, when he's elected, things become harder. There's politics, there's Republicans, there's people who oppose, not just Republicans. The real leader opposed to this policy was Sam Nunn, who was a Democratic senator from Georgia. So he finds a kind of halfway policy, which is called Don't Ask, Don't Tell, which is, right, you can serve in the military if you're gay, but you can't tell anyone. You also can't be asked about it. Now, there was a lot of the don't telling was something that gay people did not talk about. There was still a lot of asking, okay? And there was still a lot, in fact, more gay people were discharged from the military under Don't Ask, Don't Tell than before. But it's not entirely a bad picture with the Clinton administration, because in 1995, Bill Clinton lifts the ban on gay people being able to receive security clearances.
But what about the Defense of Marriage Act?
That's in 1996, excuse me.
What is that about?
He was that would have allowed states not to recognize marriages performed in other states. Same-sex marriages performed in other states.
Clinton supports that.
Clinton supports that. He does it because it's right in the heat of his re-election campaign. He puts ads touting his support for it on Christian radio stations across the country. So yeah, it was politics.
Okay, so let's talk about, somebody says, I don't know if I want to read a 900-page book on J. Edgar Hoover.
Who says that? Who says that?
Got the Pulitzer Prize, but suppose somebody is thinking about reading it and they're just watching you now. Why should somebody want to read this book, and just summarize in 1 or 2 paragraphs what the essence of the message is you want to give the people about J. Edgar Hoover?
Well, this is a biography of J. Edgar Hoover in the sense that he is the central character, but I also wanted to make it about some really big themes in American political history. One of those is the transformation of the city of Washington itself. One of those is about the growth of the American security state and how we came to think about and accept some of the things that we have in place today. And then finally, Hoover was interesting to me because he's a little bit of a political conundrum. He was someone who really believed in career government service and who was also a very committed conservative ideologue. And he put these pieces together in a way that I think we don't see as often. It's also the fairest biography, for better or worse,
so
you're likely to read about Hoover.
12 years from now, you'll no doubt be back here with your next book, and that book is going to be on what subject that we've already talked about today?
It is a subject we've already talked about today. So the first thing that I'm doing is writing a shorter book, but I'll leave that aside. But my next big book is, in fact, a biography of Ronald Reagan.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And have you started researching that yet?
I have just started researching it. I'm still giving the talks on the last book, but I have gotten into it. And actually, one of the things that I think is interesting to me about Reagan is that the question of anti-communism is really one of the central questions of Hoover's life and his career. But Hoover died in the 70s, and so he wasn't a great vehicle for telling that story in full, whereas Reagan, I think, really is a powerful lens to think about how that shaped the whole
Was Reagan's hair dyed?
I'll get back to you in 12 years with a definitive answer to that question.
So if somebody is thinking about reading your book, and like this book, I highly enjoyed reading it, what would you like to have somebody know about this book who's thinking about reading it, but give them a paragraph or two on why this book is important for them to read?
This was a book about the worst and most dangerous possible secret that you could have in this town in the 20th century. More dangerous, I argue, than being a communist was being gay. Because a communist could leave communism. They could come out as an ex-communist and denounce communism. There was no option if you were a homosexual. Once you were marked as a homosexual, that was the end. And this was a fear that, as you'll see, and as we've discussed today, impacted everything from World War II to the rivalry between the CIA and the FBI, to the anti-communist purges of Joe McCarthy, to the African-American civil rights movement. Iran-Contra. There's a whole gay subtext to that chapter in my book. It's a hidden history.
All right, what's your next book about?
I'm keeping that a little close to my chest.
Okay, so you don't know another one.
Well, no, it's...
Okay.
I don't want to give it away.
All right, so are your parents here?
They're in the front row.
Front row, there they are. Okay, well, congratulations. So, look, I've read both of these books. I highly enjoyed both of them. I highly recommend them. And you'll be around to autograph books today?
Yes.
This afternoon.
Thank you.
So thank you both very much for a great story.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I wanted to let you know that our next speaker is at 3:15, and it's Elliot Page. There is a line outside, so if you're interested in hearing Elliot Page, I suggest you keep your seat. And there'll be a little while before we start, so let us know. And if you would move into the front of the auditorium, we'd really appreciate. Try to consolidate seats. Thank you so much. Hello again. Our stage is filling up for our next speaker, Elliot Page, so I'm here to ask you if you would move to the center of your row so we can put even more people in. If you don't want to sit next to someone that you don't know, just introduce yourself. You have something in common.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to see all of you here. My name is Amanda Loeb. I'm an archivist at the Library of Congress, and welcome to the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival, a place where everyone has a story. At this time, we ask that you turn off or silence your phones. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the program.
Wow, good afternoon. Hello, everyone. This is wonderful. I'm delighted to welcome you to the National Book Festival. I'm the Librarian of Congress, and I want to give a shout out to the audience right here, this wonderful big audience right here in the Convention Center, but also to the thousands of people who are joining us virtually from across the country and around the world. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to give a special thanks to our co-chair of the National Book Festival, Mr. David M. Rubenstein. Thank you. Wouldn't be possible without him. He's a very generous donor to the Library of Congress. And this year, it's our special honor to welcome Elliot Page to this year's National Book Festival. Elliot is an Academy Award-nominated actor, a producer, and a director. His debut memoir, Page Boy, shares behind-the-scene details of his rise in Hollywood and his experience in untangling his true self in a web of expectations. When the New York Times reviewed Page Boy, their reviewer wrote that the memoir is, quote, powerful and, quote, brutally honest. And so, it just so happens, we asked that reviewer to moderate this program. Gina Chow is the executive editor at Semaphore, a new global news startup. And prior to using Semaphore, she was executive director and editor at Rutgers, the editor-in-chief of the South China Morning Post, and the Asian Wall Street Journal in Hong Kong, a deputy managing editor at the Wall Street Journal in New York, a foreign correspondent in Singapore, Manila, and Hanoi, and a television and radio journalist in Singapore. A native of Singapore, Gina transitioned in late 2020, making her one of the most senior transgender journalists in the industry, and as she will tell you, a very forgiving person in terms of pronouncing her last name. So we're glad that they're both here. Please welcome to the National Books Festival stage, Elliot and Gina.
Thank you all for coming. She did get it right, by the way. So I'm Gina, in case you were wondering. This is Elliot. If you didn't come to see either of us, then I think there's some other good panels somewhere, and you can go to those. Actually, I lie. You are not going to get a better panel than this one, so just stay. And I might even let you ask questions afterwards. Okay, so before we get going, let me give one more thanks to David Rubenstein, the co-chair of the National Book Festival, for sponsoring this stage, the Creativity stage. So we are going to dive right into it. So, Elliot, you told the world who you really were in December 2020. I did the same 3 weeks later. I swear I was not copying you. Which makes us more or less both like 2.5 years old, right? So more seriously, right, as we see in Page Boy, we spend so much of our life, our mental energies, our focus working up to like that momentous day, when in fact the real joy, the real celebration, the real challenge is in living our lives as we should be. How has it been, post-transition? What surprised you most about life after you became you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I obviously had a feeling that making those steps was going to improve my well-being, was going to help with sort of endless discomfort that I'd felt for a long, long time. I could have never imagined in a million years just how different I feel, how centered, how present, the space in my mind to be creative, to feel inspired. I could have never sat down and written a book before. No way. I wouldn't have had the space mentally, and I just wouldn't have been literally able to sit down for periods like that. And so I think it really is, pardon the pun, the degree of transformation on all levels for me and how it's manifested.
I know, I tell everybody, post-transition, I gained like 15 or 20% of cognitive ability because I just wasn't spending time thinking about it. Now it's just this.
You really, really feel how much you were losing, you know, in regards to just living your life and getting to embrace life.
So you took that spare brain capacity and you turned it into a book. It's often said, you know, you write a memoir because there's a burning question you want to ask yourself. What was that question, and were you happy with the answer?
Yeah, I think the question was, which kept coming up as the process of writing it, was, why did this have to take so long? Like, why did this take so long? And just this, you know, when you're sitting down to write something and reflecting from your earliest memories as a toddler, obviously, to where you find yourself in the present, and to know that I'm in this, how deeply I knew this for so long.
Well, at 6 years old, you asked your mother, "Can I be a boy?"
Yeah.
She said no, but...
Yeah. Spoiler alert, she said no. And why did there have to be such interference that I think really did, you know, I'm grateful for the journey, I'm who I am because of all, you know, all of that, but I do just feel like there's a lot of time that I lost.
So partly, I'm wondering, so as you write this book and you explore yourself, how much of that do you think was you're writing the book because you wanted to answer that question, because you wanted to explore it for yourself? And how much of it do you think was you were writing it for an audience? You wanted them to understand something about you, you wanted them to understand something about the journey that people like us take. Where's that? I mean, I know it's not 100% one way or the other, but where's that mix in your mind about why you did the book?
Yeah, I mean, I think on some level, like when I first started to write like a proposal, it really did feel like a spark, and just words started coming out. Like it felt quite organic, stream of consciousness. The first chapter in the book's actually the first thing I wrote, and it's close to the same as that first day when I wrote. And the sensation was just so exhilarating, as I said, because something like that wouldn't have been possible before, and that was like selfishly something I wanted to cling to. I was like, what's going on? And it was obviously as the process grew that it became more about, you know, what it does mean for other people to read this, and what you do want to share, and knowing that. And I suppose for me, in writing it, are the moments where I felt scared or insecure about sharing certain things. I really reflected on how much books have helped me, and how various writers and their, you know, vulnerability and generosity in terms of sharing parts of themselves that had a great impact on me. And I think that was something that I thought a lot about while writing the book, and pushed me when I did feel intimidated or apprehensive. Or
which books really moved you? Which ones helped you get on the path that you ultimately?
Gosh, I mean, many authors that I love. You know, and Thomas Page McBee's book, Amateur. If you haven't read it, superb book.
Please go and buy it. He's a friend of both of ours. He can use the sales.
Yeah.
Good.
Really amazing. And Carmen Maria Machado's In the Dream House. Yes, absolutely. Alexander Chee's How to Write an Autobiographical Novel. And, you know, Maggie Nelson's Argonauts and Bluets, and Saeed Jones' How We Fight for Our Lives, and Punch Me Up to the Gods by Brian Broom, and, you know, so I could probably keep going here.
Fair.
Rebecca Solnit's, you know, A Field Guide to Getting Lost, and Recollections of My Non-Existence, and yeah, those are the sort of books that just have unique structure and manage to weave in and out and talk about, talk about so much. And
so you talk, so your book's got a very unique structure of its own, right? It's very non-linear. You pop back and forth. I think you've said that kind of reflects the way we reflect on our journey. How intentional was that to sort of take that? Did an editor come to you and said, no, you've got to follow some kind of timeline here? Or, I mean, how much of that was sort of constructed and how much of that sort of came out of you?
It was something I did want right out the gate. I wanted the book to be nonlinear, and even it was as if I knew that that chapter I wrote that day was going to start the book. And so the book starts when I'm 20. I think I'm 16 in the last chapter, so it really goes all over the place. I was supported by, I think I said it when I was meeting with publishers, wanted the book to be nonlinear. Yeah, for me at least, it reflects, speaking from myself, the queer and trans experience, that it's not very linear. We get close and then we pull back and closer and back, and that sort of dynamic. And I think particularly in trans narratives, we talk so much about the before and after, when really it's so much about integration and integrating all these parts of ourselves that we've known and are rediscovering and are finding again, and that spark of what it means to be alive. So that's sort of what I was trying to do with that.
That's a lovely line about the not a before and after and integration. Can you expound a little bit more on how you think through that?
Yeah, I think in moments in my life, especially when I was really little, probably like 10 years old, was where I felt, probably the closest to myself until finally, and having these periods in my life of knowing and then feeling afraid and backing away, or coming out as gay in 2014, which obviously wasn't ultimately where I needed to be, but a massive step towards getting there. I mean, I was viciously closeted until I was 27 years old. And so yeah, to me, it's so much about rediscovering the person we've always known is there, and paying attention to them, and nurturing that, yeah.
So I think at the beginning of your book tour in New York, at this theater inside, if you see a picture of a selfie, like I'm the one standing over there holding up your book, you can zoom in on it. So I wasn't sure where it was. I was walking past and I got to the theater and I looked around, and there was like the biggest young queer group of people I'd ever seen outside of a club in Bushwick. So I thought, okay, this is the right place. And that was a great crowd. They obviously loved you. They loved the book. What do you want them, or what would you like them to take away from the book? Or to put it sort of another way, let's say you were in the audience at 20 years old or 25 years old, and you were talking to yourself. What would you want to say to yourself then?
I think something I keep coming back to, for myself, reflecting on certain difficult periods, and getting to where I've been able to get to, is the shame you feel, the shame you're holding. It is not yours. It is not yours. And the moments that are so challenging to really commit to letting ourselves step into our full selves, which can be scary and overwhelming, is so worth it. It's so worth it.
Amen.
Yeah. So
you write in the book about how, after Juno especially, the Hollywood machine, right? The starlet machine basically infantilized you, put you into an identity that you didn't want. But off screen as well as on screen. And then you talk about how, you know, after you came out, you told the world who you were, that even your friends, in a way, didn't believe you, right? And I write in my review that, you know, trans women are demonized as predators, and trans men are, well, you know, you just misguided women and girls, right? I mean, has any of that changed since the book has come out? Have you sort of regained a sense of agency? Have people moved past it? Have you moved past it? Does it matter? But, you know.
I think if anything, it's just been a bit more time, so I'm a little more, you know, how do you say it? Like, is it awful to be like, I guess I'm just more like used to it. Like I'm kind of like in this space where I think I'm less affected by what other people say or may or may not think or what have you. And yeah, I'd say I just feel like inherently able to kind of block that out on some level.
Well, let me switch to a slightly more political question. We'll come back to the book in a sec. So we're in DC. You can go to the bathroom. I can go to the bathroom. There's one like just right outside if we want to do that. But there are places we can't, right? I mean, I think it's a 1-year jail term in a couple of places. And if I read the law carefully, I think there's places you can't technically perform or that your works can't be seen. I know you're on strike now, but assuming this gets resolved this century. So, I mean, how does it affect how you think about where and how you work in the future?
I mean, I think probably like so many others, so many of us, it's just there are moments where you're like, huh, what's the future gonna be, you know? What does it mean to be an actor in front of the camera or a trans person telling stories? And obviously so many more other things that come of that, but I think there is just that low-key anxiety, of course, not even low-key, you know, about what changes are going to take place in terms of who is going to end up in office. And
I guess I'm not sure I'm optimistic, but I'd like to be optimistic. What do you think the power of visibility, either in fiction or nonfiction, is to try and move people to a greater sense of understanding, acceptance? I mean, it's sort of funny, right? Because like, it's not like we need acceptance. We're here. But I'd love to know how you think about the role of culture in changing minds.
yeah, I mean, look, I think it's complicated. I think representation, visibility is crucial. When I was growing up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, when I was like, I didn't have examples. I didn't, you know, there was no queerness. There was like that. I had very little to look to. And I know in the tiny little sparks of moments when I did, and anything that I slightly resonated with made such a profound impact on me. You know, like stumbling on, but I'm a cheerleader on TV when you're 14. Yes. And how much that meant, how major those moments were. And then, of course, with visibility and representation comes backlash. And needless to say, the most vulnerable members of the community suffer the brunt of those consequences. So it's about how can we be, you know, visible and represent while also being mindful of the work that needs to happen and needs to get done to make sure that everybody is feeling, the benefits of progress, where right now that's not the case.
You talked about role models. I wanted to ask you, because it's not really a question that you truly dive into the book. I wanted to ask you what it means to you to be a man. If I read reasonably carefully the book, there's not a ton of really positive male role models in the book. And so I'm wondering kind of how you developed a conception of yourself as a man, and where does that come from, and how you think that through, especially given, again, from what I understand of your story, the kind of the lack of models that you might have had.
Well, it's to go back to our friend Thomas. Amateur Thomas's book, that had a really profound effect on me, especially like the beginning of, just right when I began my transition, really. And that book is so much about him contemplating, Thomas is trans, contemplating masculinity and what it means to be a man, the expectations of a man, emotionally, how to be physically, every little aspect. And in the midst of his transition and his exploration with his relationship and I'm so grateful to him for that book, because I feel like so many of the thoughts that were swirling around in my mind, he was, talking about, which made me feel less alone, and also really offered some guidance about I can be the man, that I want to be me, which is just to be me, and that being sensitive and being expressive and being all of those things can still exist. And I feel for the pressure, what it must be like, the pressure to not be emotional, to not be sensitive, to not share your feelings, and I'm sort of grateful for all the experiences I have had in my life, even the negative ones that did involve men, because it allows me to, I think, show up as how I think I should as a man.
Don't show emotions. I've been there, done that, so I know. I'm genuinely hopeful and confident that your book will do the same for another generation of young trans people. So I wrote in the reviews that the book was brutally honest, and it's painful at parts. I mean, certainly it was very painful for me to read at parts. How was it like for you to recall, report, recount those episodes in the book? Is it cathartic? Is it traumatic? Was there anything you sort of said, I can't do this, and pulled away?
I mean, it was both things. It was, writing the book was mostly healing and cathartic. Like, I think it was massively important for me. But yes, writing certain things unavoidably was difficult. I would notice like a physiological response, sweaty, pause.
You're a man, that's what happens.
Okay.
They didn't tell you that?
Yeah. Sweaty palms, and just this physical reaction. So I did try with the writing balance it out. So I'd be like, okay, this week I've written about this rather intense incident. So next week I'll write about being 9 and getting to wear a Speedo and trans joy.
Yeah.
But And yeah, there were moments. There was some things that I was like, I don't quite want to go that far. So.
All right. I could hog you all day, but I did promise to share. Actually, I think I'm required to share as opposed to promise. So we can take a couple of questions. Well, we don't have a huge amount. We can take like 3, 4 questions on the floor. There are mics. If somebody can tell me where the mics are or turn some lights on so that the mics, there's a mic there. There's a mic there. The first 4 people who get up there will get questions, and everyone else, yeah, out of luck. That's 5, you know, but that's okay. All right, please go ahead.
I want to thank you for sharing your struggles and also your joy. I think it's changed a lot of lives, mine included. But I was wondering how, since the release of this book, your life has changed with the world kind of knowing a whole lot more about you.
Good question. I think, I think the lead up to the book coming out, I was incredibly anxious in terms of what I shared, in the ways that it was revealing. And when it came out, the response from people was so loving and so supportive and generous. And I think, if anything, it almost felt like, I don't know, that energy, I think has really helped me tremendously in knowing that sharing those things was healing and cathartic for me, and it seems like it's offering that to people as well. And I think that's just been a really powerful thing to know, and yeah, I think.
This side.
Hi there. Primarily a movie fan here, so thank you for your time. I have noticed, I've observed that frequently when an artist is closeted in some way or not, fully living their true authentic self, that can have some kind of effect on their work, right? Maybe adverse, maybe not. And I was wondering if you felt that there was a change in how you're able to do your craft, pre and post transition, and if you've not noticed that, then never mind.
I'll do a really quick interjection just to say, Elliot can't speak about any of the roles you've done. I mean, you can speak generally, but you are on strike, so he's not allowed to talk about some things. So just make it easier for you.
Yeah, thank you. It has significantly changed the work. And maybe that is just because I go to work, look, it doesn't mean I don't have days where that aren't great or anxiety spikes or something, but I feel inherently so much better and present, and that I'm just happier on set. So it's like, if I came out as trans and my work got worse, that's fine. I don't need to be in any more movies. I'm good. I want to be able to live my life, truly. But I think it's made me feel more embodied and more connected and more able to be fully present in a scene. Yeah.
I'm so short.
Me too. Don't worry about
it. So, what would you say to a 10-year-old who is just starting to come out as trans, and who's my friends, myself have been I'm not calling you that, no. What would you say to somebody like that,
who's saying those things? Who's not being supportive? You mean what you'd say to them? Oh, what I'd say to them. Who is it? Give me their number. I tell them that they're being incredibly insensitive and unkind, and would they ever want someone to react about something like that towards them, and that maybe they should take some time to think a little bit more and potentially learn more about trans people. Yeah, and that they aren't being a very good friend. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Phoenix. I have been going by he, him pronouns and have come out as trans in the past year and a half, 2 years. And I am really thankful that I have a very supportive family. And I was wondering, how did, I don't know if you are on testosterone, but I was wondering, I'm soon going to be having a doctor's appointment to go talk about getting on testosterone. And I was wondering if you are on it, how it's impacted your life. Is it something that you're happy has happened to you or that you get to have, or is it not something that you personally wanted?
Yeah, I'm on testosterone. I've been on testosterone for a bit over 2 years. And that it's something that has, yes, drastically changed my life for the better personally. I know, of course, everybody has different experiences and what they want and relationships with their body, needless to say. But yes, for me, it's just made my life better, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think right now it's really important to be holding on to happy experiences. So what's your favorite, experience of trans joy that you've had?
My favorite experience of trans joy.
Hey, good question. Thank you.
I think I feel like I now have such an awesome group of trans friends. And when we get together and all hang out and go do karaoke, and everyone is just in the moment and together and feeling liberated, and those moments feel really, really special. That sense of community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for coming to speak today. It's amazing to see representation, and it's just so important these days. So in your book, you talk about being infantilized a lot by other people now, but also at the same time, I think there's one line where you say you're 30 years old, but on the inside you still feel like a 10-year-old boy. And I think that's also just such a universal trans experience of trying to just reconnect with your childhood and still feeling like a kid inside who never got to grow up. But at the same time, people do infantilize you and don't take you seriously. So how do you kind of reconcile these contradictions and assert yourself while still being able to connect with your inner child?
Great question. How do I do that?
You're 2.5 years old.
Yeah. Sometimes I think, to be honest, I need to get better at speaking up sometimes. I think I can be very oh, it's okay, and I get that they didn't mean it, and da-da-da-da. Whereas maybe it's okay for me to have potentially some better boundaries in terms of maybe how I'm being addressed or spoken to in certain environments or what have you. But yeah, there is a contradiction, because a part of me was there is a youthfulness, an aspect, like you said, of this lost time that consciously or not we're trying to recover. But at the same time, it's now I'm 36, and I still often feel like I'm not being treated or spoken to in the way that I should, and the 10-year-old in me gets angry. So maybe that's where it all comes together. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just curious, how do you keep living in an environment that's not very supportive of, how do you keep peace with yourself with a trans identity?
I think what I focus on, particularly when that noise, which is obviously very loud right now, is coming in, I do everything, that I can to connect to the core of me that feels a way that I could have never imagined possible, and all the times when I didn't see a future for myself. And the happiness that I feel, the joy that I feel. And I refuse to let that get taken away from me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex. I just came out to everyone in my life last week as trans.
And now because you're live streamed to everyone in the world.
Didn't think about it like that. And I wanted to share with you that actually, the same day that my hormones came in the mail, your book arrived too. So much of your journey has been interlinked with me hitting this major milestone in my journey. So I wanted to thank you so much for sharing and being so vulnerable about your life and your story. And I was wondering what you would share with someone like me who's very early on in my journey.
Say, I'm so happy for you. I really am. I'm thrilled for you. And to just love yourself so hard and reach out to people when you need it. Just because, you've gotten here and it's amazing and all those things doesn't mean there might not be moments or days that are overwhelming or challenging, and to just let yourself feel whatever you need to feel, and I'm just so happy for you.
All right. So unlike Gina, I did kind of copy you. Your coming out message meant in December 2020. Meant a lot to me, but I wanted to actually ask about the setting in the book. There are some very vivid descriptions, and I was just wondering how you went about thinking about describing both the places where you grew up and just places in general.
Thanks. Good question. I guess for me, we in so many ways are a product, and for better or for worse, in the good ways and the negative of where we come from and place and where we find ourselves. So that to me is something just important to explore. And I'm also, a bit of a nerd. I like history. I like, so infusing those aspects with place into the book was just, a part of my own sort of interest, I guess.
I'm going to try and end this on time, so there's 3 people left. Nobody else come up, please.
Hi. I was wondering, when you first came out, you
went by he, they pronouns. That might be outdated information. I don't know if you still prefer those, but I don't often hear people use they when referring to you, and I was wondering if you have now only prefer he, him, or how do you approach people that don't use they as well as he, or if you have a preference?
My preference is he, him, but I'm comfortable with they and he, they, yeah, so, yeah.
That's good, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, I am a published author. I recently wrote a book called Tales of Virtuous Stepmothers, and I have firsthand experience of all the ups and downs you experience as a writer, developing your characters, whether fiction or nonfiction. What is one common stereotype about trans people, whether they are male or female, that you would like to see put to bed? You probably have one of many.
How much time do we have?
I know, seriously. Oh, I'll say one thing that I've noticed I've experienced as a trans guy, and the trope we've seen, you know, the idea like testosterone and you get all angry and all this. I'm the least angry I've ever been. Literally, like the least angry I've ever been, so everyone needs to stop blaming testosterone, I'll tell you that. So that's one, yeah.
My book is Tales of Virtuous Stepmothers.
Great, I'll check it out. Thank you. Tales of Virtuous Stepmothers.
Okay. You can pull the mic down a bit if you want. Yeah, there you go.
I was just wondering if you get bullied and that's before coming out to your school, how would you approach coming out? I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So bullied at school, so how would we approach coming out when we're already getting... I'd say I'd reach out to the people that you trust and love. Do you have those people to talk to?
Yeah, I think. I don't know.
Oh. Oh, gosh. I think I'd say that you should talk to the people that you love and trust the most, the friends you can rely on, the teachers you can rely on, and maybe start there and ask, you know, for their support, and, you know, speak to the bullying, because that definitely shouldn't be happening, and have a group and a community of people that is going to embrace you and support you, to not have to deal with that silliness. Like, you know, I was bullied, wasn't fun, you know, but it'll be okay. It will be. But I wish I could give you a better answer and help more. I'm not trained or well equipped to know exactly what to say, but I just want you to feel the support and love you should feel.
Thank you. So we're going to run over just a little bit because I have a final question. So if you had superpowers in real life, and it's not like you haven't, you know, had characters with superpowers, and you could change one thing about the world today, what would it be?
Well, right now it's bullying. That's...
Yeah, I know. I agree.
In this moment right now, yeah.
I'll take it. I will take it. So, look, I just want to say this has been a joy. It's been an honor. It's been incredibly moving. I would tell all of you go out and buy Elliot's book, but you're sold out. All copies have been sold out. So just get on. Go to your nearest queer-owned independent bookstore and buy 10 copies. So there you go. And so I think it just leaves me to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and the rest of us. I give you Elliot Page.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Wait, we're going to have a picture.
Yeah, can I give you a hug? Yeah.
Okay.
You have a
okay.
phone?
I have a phone. Let's selfie. Stay where you are.
Yeah, we're going to take a selfie. Is that okay? Awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Once again, my name is Kathy, and I'm still welcoming you to the 23rd Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. Thank you. A place where everyone has a story. Just want to notify you again that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes, your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Thanks so much for joining us, and please enjoy the program. So glad you came today. Thank you.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the Library of Congress National Books Festival. What's up? Yay! All right. Welcome to My Life Considered memoir with Mary Louise Kelly. You can give it up. Yeah, so she wrote this book called It Goes So Fast. It's a great memoir on journalism and parenting. My name is Andrew Limbong. I am a reporter with the Culture Desk. I'm also host of the Book of the Day podcast, but I haven't been on in a minute because I've been on parental leave, you know? Woo, yeah, kids, it's crazy. And so reading this book while like, I don't know, pretending to like talk to this blob has been a bit much. You know, she doesn't like my jokes that much yet, but you know, we're working on it. Before we get started, I'd like to give a quick shout out to David M. Rubenstein, the co-chair of the National Book Festival, for sponsoring the creativity stage. Yeah, shout out to David M. Rubenstein. What up? We're gonna talk for a bit. I've got a couple questions. We'll probably read a little bit from the book, and then we'll leave like a couple minutes at the end for Q&A. You know, be cool. You know, don't do the like, oh, it's a comment more than a question thing. You know, be cool.
Ask a question.
Yeah, ask good questions. Come on, guys. And then we'll do a signing later at like 5:30, I believe. And then I think that's about all of the you know, paperwork out of the way. So I guess we'll turn to you. What's up, Mary Louise Kelly? How you doing?
I'm great. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank all of you for coming. This is a pleasure to be up here with you, Andrew, since you're at the other end of this whole parenting cycle than I am with teenagers, and you're 5-month-old?
5-month-old, yeah. So I emailed you about this before, and I was like, when people find out you're gonna have a kid, they're like, oh, it goes so fast, it goes so fast, blah, blah, blah. And like before you have the kid, you're like, what do you talk about? Time is time. There's only 24 hours in a day. What are you talking about? Yo, it goes pretty fast. It's like, and so yeah, let's just do a quick overview about why you decided to like pause and buckle down and write this book.
Yeah, why I decided to write this book. I don't know that I really decided to write this book so much as, well, the quote I put at the beginning. I open the book with a quote by Toni Morrison, the great Toni Morrison, which is, if there's a book you want to read and it hasn't been written, you should write it. And I'm a writer, and there was a book I really wanted to read, and as far as I could tell, nobody had written it. As I say, I'm at the other end of this whole parenting childhood journey than you are. And when I sat down to start writing this, my 2 boys were 17 and 15. And I have worked at various news organizations, mostly NPR, from, I know, my first pregnancy all the way up through now, and have always been in the field and traveled a ton and worked crazy deadlines and have missed a lot. And I always thought, as I considered my choices, you know, next year I might make a different choice, next year I might figure this out. My oldest, James, who loves soccer, like lives for soccer, had played since before he could walk. He would, when he was not much older than yours, would crawl along and like bat a little Nerf ball along the floor and try to catch it. He was going into senior year of high school. He was starting for his varsity team here in Washington, and their games are weekdays at 4 o'clock. And I have a conflict weekdays at 4 o'clock, which is, it is to the minute when All Things Considered goes on the air. And that meant I missed the games, like pretty much all of them. And I kept thinking, next year I'll figure this out, next year I'll be there, next year I'll make a different choice. But 9th grade slips into 10th, slips into 11th, and I'm not there. And I suddenly, the summer as he was going into senior year of high school, it became really clear, if I'm gonna make a different choice, I need to make it right now.
And I did, and I took an extended leave from NPR, and I showed up at pretty much every damn game, and it was great. But it made me think about all the choices I had made that had gotten us there. And as I was wrestling with them, I was interviewing my kids about them, and I started writing, and it became the book.
It's funny when you call it wrestling. There's not a lot of like regret in the book. There's not a lot of like woulda, coulda, shouldas. If I had.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an incredible amount of peace. You know what I mean? It's like was that like hard earned to be like, you know, what's the...
I don't know that it feels like peace now or ever did. I will say, if there's anything that gives me peace, it's the knowledge for most of the big stuff I did show up. Like as I really wrestled with writing this, I thought there wasn't actually a critical birthday party or camp drop-off or, you know, anything like that that I missed. And I chronicle standing up from the studio, from the live broadcast of All Things Considered, when I was getting, you know, a text from the babysitter from the emergency room. Like, when you get a text like that, you stand up, you run, no matter what you're doing. And no matter how startled your co-host and the director look, they're like, you're leaving? We're on air, you have 5 live interviews coming up. Yeah, I'm leaving, because my kid's in the emergency room, I'm gonna go. What still rubs at me is the choices, not the big ones. It's all the little ones, and you will see as you go through this, it didn't ever kill me to miss a 4 o'clock game because there were so many. There were so many hundreds. Like, they played, you know, the number of soccer games that have populated our calendar over the years between my 2 boys, it's endless, it's infinite. There will be so many more until suddenly there aren't, until you're like on 1 hand, on 2 hands and then 1, counting the number of games left. And it's all those gray decisions that are not urgent, they're not earth-shattering, it's not the end of the world if you miss the soccer game, but they add up to the decisions that are the life you're leading and what you've prioritized. And the birthday parties that I missed, or the swimming parties that I missed, or the batches of cookies that were the babysitter in the kitchen and not me. And that's on me. I don't know that my boys cared as long as there were warm chocolate chip cookies. They didn't really care who had baked them, but I miss it. And I look back and think, I didn't realize it would go so fast.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they would grow up so fast and have so many other things to do than hang in the kitchen with me. But here we are.
Yeah. There's a lot of great like dudes moments your sons bring where it's like, oh yeah, they're just happy if they got like Chipotle and $15, you know, they're fine.
I'm a reporter, as you know, and so in trying to write this book, my instinct was I got to report, and so the central characters are my children, and I would ask them sometimes, do you remember this the same way I did? What, you know, read this chapter and help me figure out, did I get it right? Does this sound like the right, you know, sequence of events? And I did at one point corner James in the hall outside his bedroom and ask him what's basically the central question of the book. Was there ever a moment when you really needed me and I didn't come because I was working? And he looked down at the floor for a really long time, like a terrifyingly long time, and I thought, he's about to just let me have it. Like, it's all coming out now. And he finally looked up and said, I think there probably were, but I can't remember, and can I have $15 for Chipotle? And I thought, okay.
Dude, men are great, right? We're so good. I want to talk about one big moment that did seem like life or death corner, and it was in Baghdad. You call it the day you hit the wall, I believe. Could you just recount what happened that day?
I was in Baghdad. I was at the time NPR Pentagon correspondent, and part of the job was traveling with the defense secretary when he traveled overseas. And on this day, we were in Iraq. And to move around Iraq, it was not safe for his motorcade to go through the streets, even an armored convoy. So they fly him from whatever meeting he's going through to the next, which means for the press pool accompanying him, we're also being helicoptered from stop to stop.
And on this particular day, we are inside the green zone, but you're still in body armor and helmet and the rest, waiting to board a Black Hawk to get to the next set of meetings. And my cell phone rang, and I have to push back my helmet and, you know, ask them to yell so that I can hear. And it's the school nurse back here in Washington telling me that my younger son Alexander is sick and how soon can I get there? And I'm like, I mean, that was basically my reaction. I was like, you know, lady, if you could see where I am, it's not happening soon. And then she really did start to yell and say, I don't mean to bring him home. I mean, he's really sick. He's barely breathing. We need to get him to a hospital. We need to get him to a doctor now. Where are you? And I still feel my heart stop, just even talking about it now. And I'm trying to answer her, and I'm thinking, you know, where is my husband? Where is the babysitter? I'm doing the time zone calculation, trying to figure out what time it is in Washington and who I can get there. And as I'm trying to answer her, I lost cell phone signal because they're rushing me onto a Black Hawk and we're taking off. And it was several hours before I could get a phone call through to Washington and hear that he was okay. But I remember being up in the air and looking down over the traffic of Baghdad and thinking, what the hell am I doing? I love my job, and I worked really hard to get here. And I don't know if my 4-year-old is breathing, and I'm halfway around the world. And on the flight home from that trip, we were, you know, on the E4B with the SecDef, and we were flying back to Andrews, and I started writing what became my first novel, because I just thought it is time for career plan B. I want to do something that feels meaningful, but that I'm a little closer for now when these calls come in. And it was a few months, but I quit NPR, just walked away and stayed out of the newsroom for several years and never stopped missing it. I kept thinking I would. When they were, I think when my youngest was maybe 10 or 11, and they were healthy and both thriving in school, and I thought, okay, I think I can go back in. And I did, and here I am.
Yeah. Well, before you go on a trip like that, there's all like the normal like prep work, right? You got to make sure your passport's in check. You got to fill out like all the paperwork, make sure you got like batteries, you know, very important.
Snacks.
Yeah, snacks, all that stuff. How did that sort of preparation math change when you had kids? Like, I imagine, you know, my boss came to us like, you know, it was like a year into the like war in Ukraine. I just told my boss, it's like, hey, I'm going on parental leave. And then like, I think everybody, like, we were just going through people there, and he was like, oh, does anybody like want to put up their hand and go? And I was like, yo, I ain't going. Like, I got a kid. I'm not like, but I don't know. I'm curious how that changed in your head, like all of that.
So there's the preparations, and then there's the am I going to go?
Yeah.
You know, is anybody here who works or travels for work and has family, whether it's older or younger, that you're dealing with at home, you're always multitasking. I mean, I write in there about being in Ukraine last year, in eastern Ukraine, right up against the front lines, and as we're sorting out the translator and the gear and the logistics and where we're going, I'm texting Alexander back here in Washington to remind him of an appointment at the doggy daycare spa in DuPont Circle, because our Bernedoodle is way overdue for a bath. And I'm looking at my phone thinking, I can't believe I'm in Donbass doing this, but if I don't, it will not get done, and the dog will still be a mess, and so here we go.
Yo, men are crazy. They can't even take care of the dog.
There is no multitasker like a mother in a war zone. I also describe coming back, re-engaging with All Things Considered, anchoring, and then the editors at NPR asking me to go back to Ukraine. This is last spring when things were getting really awful. And I am so invested in this story. I've reported many times over the years from Russia and was invested in the war in Ukraine, and the journalist in me desperately wanted to go back and do another rotation. But when they send a host in, you're going in with the team, you're going into a war zone. You can't say for sure, I'll be a yes, I can definitely make it back out next Tuesday, or even a month from next Tuesday. You don't know what's gonna happen or how it will all unfold. And the time they were asking me to go in was late last spring, which was spring of James's senior year. And he's coming up to final exams and prom and the very last lacrosse games that he would ever play. And I wrestled with it and then said, no, I'm gonna sit this one out. I need to be here, I need to be home. And I wrestle with it every time. Every single time I'm about to go out on a long assignment, there's a moment when the taxi is pulling up to the front door to take me to Dulles or Andrews or wherever. And I look back, and whether they're 5 months old or 5 years old or now, in their late teens, there's this moment where I want to just call the whole thing off, go back inside and build a pillow for it. It's like all you want to do. What I have learned and what has helped me in decisions like that is the knowledge that there will always be another story. There will always be another election. There will always, sadly, be another war. And there will always be another journalist who can cover it, but there is nobody who can be a mom to my kids but me. And when I've faced decisions like that of needing to be in two places at the same time, I often circle back and think, somebody else can cover this war next month. Nobody else can be mom on prom night. So I'm gonna pick that.
How's prom night? Prom night was good? Prom night was good?
Yes, is the short answer.
All right, let's talk about former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Yo, what's up? Shout out Mike Pompeo. I think folks in this room, maybe remember your interaction, tiff, hullabaloo? Interview, let's call it an interview with him. But for folks who don't know, do you mind refreshing some memories?
Say that again?
For folks who don't know, you mind refreshing some people's memories?
In January of 2020, I went to the State Department to interview Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. I had been asking for months for an interview, and they came through early in 2020, which, just to remind of major events unfolding in January 2020 that you might want to ask the Secretary of State about. What seemed to me like the two biggies were Iran. That was when the US had just assassinated General Qasem Soleimani, and the US and Iran nearly went to war. And I was in Tehran reporting on it earlier in January and had interviewed the foreign minister there, and was nearly pulled out multiple times by NPR's international desk because it looked like there might be incoming missile strikes by the US on Tehran. It was tense. And so that was an obvious thing I wanted to ask Pompeo about. The other thing happening in January 2020 was we didn't know at the time it would be the first impeachment trial, but the first impeachment trial of then President Trump on matters to do with Ukraine. And this infamous phone call that Trump and President Zelensky had in which Trump said, I would like you to do us a favor. And there were not that many people on that call, but one of them was Mike Pompeo. And in the impeachment proceedings, many of the key witnesses were diplomats for the State Department who worked for him. So I show up at the State Department. They have given us 10 minutes for an interview. We started with Iran, and then after 7 minutes or so, I switched to Ukraine, and Secretary Pompeo was deeply unhappy to be asked about Ukraine, said he didn't want to talk about it, despite himself did. It got very contentious, and one of his staffers ended the interview before the full 10 minutes. And they left the room. I thanked him, as always, at the end of an NPR interview, and he said nothing but got in my face, like way closer than that, like you'd have to scoot your chair right over, in my face and glared, and then left the room. Okay, so we're packing up, and then they reappeared and summoned me back to his living room on the 7th floor of the State Department, where he yelled at me for about the same amount of time as the interview. Asked, and please pardon my language, but I'm trying to quote accurately here, asked, "Do you think Americans care about fucking Ukraine?" And I said, yes. "Could you even find Ukraine on a fucking map?" And I said, yes. And he called for his aides to bring us a map, a strange map with no writing on it, no names, no borders, just blobs of continents. And I pointed to Ukraine, and he put the map away and said, "People will hear about this." And I said, yes, they will, because we're about to air the interview in full. And I thanked him again. I thanked him again, and then we carried through with our plan. This was an interview in the morning, and our plan had been, if the interview made news, we would rush it onto Morning Edition, which was on air live at that hour. So we ran to the booth at NPR, as a lot of big news organizations keeps at the State Department, and I went live on Morning Edition a few minutes later and reported it. Now, there were multiple conversations back at the newsroom over whether to report the map test portion of the interview, because it was not on tape. It was on the record, but it was not on tape, and I'm not interested in gotcha journalism, and I'm thinking, you know, what would the purpose be served if we aired this? I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. How should we think this through? And in the end, I came around to thinking, my job is to report what happened and put facts out there, and people can make up their minds what they want to think about it. And it seemed to me it was inherently newsworthy to hear what our top diplomat thought about Ukraine, what value he put on the US-Ukraine relationship. It seemed newsworthy for Americans to know how our top diplomat conducted himself behind a closed door. And so we reported it. And I called the State Department before doing so to tell them I planned to do it and ask if they wanted to offer any context or comment or explanation, and they did not. The next morning, Secretary Pompeo put out a statement on State Department letterhead calling me a liar, and suggesting that I had confused Ukraine with Bangladesh. To which I will only say Bangladesh is on a different continent. It is thousands of miles away. And the last thing I will say is, you know, this got picked up and made headlines around the world, not least because then he kicked our State Department correspondent, Michelle Kellerman, off the plane for the trip he was about to leave on, which you couldn't have made this up, but he had to stop in Ukraine. It got reported as that there was some kind of feud with NPR, a vendetta, and I just want to say for the record, there is not. I have no feud with Mike Pompeo. He's a smart man, and I wish him well. And I will say what went through my head in that interview and in that room as he's swearing at me and holding this map in front of me was a couple of things. One is, no, he doesn't owe me an answer to any of these questions. He doesn't owe NPR, but we go and do our job as surrogates for all of you who won't get to go ask these questions. And in that particular instance, I felt I was asking questions on behalf of all the diplomats, including several of his senior staffers who had left the department, resigned in protest, who weren't going to get to question him. They deserve us to ask these questions and keep pressing on them and not back down. And I felt that. And I felt
the importance of our being there and reporting it. I also felt, people have asked me, was it scary? And the honest answer is no, it's a little surreal. But it wasn't scary, and I think I felt very grateful in that moment to work for a news organization that would have lawyers and editors who would back me up. Because I thought, what if I report this and he denies it? There was only one other person in the room and she worked for him. Could be a he said, she said thing, and all I can say is what happened. I was grateful to work at NPR, which stood up and stood with me and supported our journalism, and I was grateful to live in a country with a First Amendment that protects our right to ask these questions.
Who is harder to grill, a head of state or a teenage boy?
Excellent question. One shorter way of answering that would be to say, when I speak to journalism schools or talk to people who are considering coming into our profession or just starting and they're asking for interview tips, one of the things I often share is embrace silence. Like if you're doing an interview, a contentious one or otherwise, and you ask a question, don't always, if somebody doesn't answer immediately, the instinct, it's uncomfortable. Silence, dead air is uncomfortable, and your instinct is to race in. But some of the most revealing interviews I've done have been, you ask somebody an uncomfortable question, and then you wait. And you felt how uncomfortable that was. If you do that for 5-10 seconds on air, it's just uncomfortable, but it sometimes produces the most revealing, honest answer of the interview. And I mention that by way of saying, as I've interviewed heads of state or big wigs, big muckety mucks, wherever, I have yet to do an interview where they don't eventually cave and answer the question. With my teenagers, they have a 100% track record of getting me to cave first if I'm grilling them on, why did you miss curfew, or who ate the piece of cake that I was saving in the fridge? I just get this. I sit there a long time.
Oh, boys, man.
Things to look forward to.
Yeah. A couple of times you bring up this Ukrainian activist Hannah Hopko, right? Who, she's, going through the war. You talk to her, and she brings up that her daughter wants like a guinea pig, and she's like, well, I gotta drag this guinea pig around or whatever. And you bring out these great points where it's like your experience then as a mother allows you like different access points that you wouldn't have had before. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Hannah Hopko is a remarkable woman. She's a Ukrainian. I met her in Ukraine covering the conflict last year. I'd asked to interview her because she was one of the original leaders of the Maidan protests back in 2014, and had then been elected to parliament, ended up chairing the Foreign Affairs Committee, this incredibly accomplished, impressive woman. And when I was interviewing her in Ukraine, she was incredibly stressed out about the Russian invasion, but also, yes, about that her daughter had been begging for a guinea pig, and the daughter had gotten good grades and had, fulfilled whatever the task was that had been set for her to get this pet. But Hannah was like, what am I going to do? I'm trying to evacuate my family out through Lviv and into Poland, and I can't handle a rodent in the cage and the pellets and I got enough. I can't be evacuating guinea pigs. Long story short, she got the guinea pig. They did evacuate the guinea pig. And I've interviewed her multiple times as this war has unfolded, and we talk about NATO, and we talk about missiles, and we talk about, you know, all of the big picture stuff. And then I always ask about the guinea pig, and how's your daughter and the guinea pig, and they now have a puppy whose mom was a husky who was killed in the fighting in eastern Ukraine, but the puppies survived, so they've adopted the puppy. It's this whole story. But as I reflected on that, you know, I thought about, and I think your question is getting at, I am a different journalist for being a mother. The kind of questions I ask are different. My 20-something self, when I was covering wars at the time for the BBC, if some woman had started talking about a guinea pig, I would have been like, what? Like, who cares? There are armies on the move here. Can we focus? And I now realize that's the story. Like, that's the story that will bring home to all of us here in air-conditioned comfort in a city that Russian troops are not about to invade, and make you understand, oh, I can't imagine what it would be like to have tanks bearing down from Russia crossing the border, but I can imagine what it feels like trying to pack up a guinea pig and the pellets and the food and all this, like, I feel that. And it brings home what that story is and what the human stakes are. And it reinforces to me why it is important to have parents doing these jobs. The stories we see are different. It matters to have women doing these jobs. Our colleague Layla Fadel did all kinds of incredibly powerful coverage out of Kyiv, but one of the stories that will stick with me is she was walking down the street. This is early in the war when it was normal life had not resumed in any way, but there was a nail salon open and a woman walking in to get her nails done. And Layla thought, really? In the middle of a war? Okay. She interviewed her, and the woman said, I get that this is frivolous. I get that my friends are dying on the front lines, but Vladimir Putin is not allowed to take everything of beauty and joy. And so I'm going to get my nails done bright blue, and I'm going to do this to you, Vladimir Putin. You do not get to take this away. And I thought, it was just a great story. And with all due respect, our male colleagues would have walked right past it. They would have never seen it. They would have never thought to ask. They wouldn't even have noticed the nail salon. It matters to have women in these positions, and it matters to have moms in these positions and parents, because the stories we tell are different and they matter.
Yeah. It does strike me, I'm thinking back to your Baghdad story, where it was you that they called anyway. You know, there's another number there on the list, but it's still you that they called, right? And, you know, I think a lot about like how there's a certain type of like dude journalists who can like throw themselves entirely into their work and be, you know, kind of, it's not quite a 50-50 household, if you know what I mean, you know, like not picking up like their share of like the childcare duties, whatever. How did you see like discrepancies between like fathers and mothers who do this job?
I think it's getting better. I do think it's getting better. It is true that the school nurses always call the moms first. It just is. I have been asked, you know, why did you take the call? You had, the babysitter was there, your husband was in DC, why are you even worrying about it? And I thought, I wouldn't want to miss that call. I want to get that. As heartbreaking as it was, that's the job. I want to take that call. I do think it's getting better, and I'll offer the tiniest example. My children are now 17 and 20. So my maternity leave was a while ago, but not ancient history. And NPR at the time offered 1 week. Maternity leave, nothing for the dads, 1 week paid. You could take your vacation, and I'm looking at this thinking, this is not vacation. this is like, I recently had occasion to interview Sabrina Siddiqui of the Wall Street Journal. She covers the White House for the Journal. And the reason I was interviewing her was because she had just been asked to go with Biden into Ukraine when he went. They took 2 reporters for the pool, the Wall Street Journal and the AP. And she was just back from maternity leave and still nursing. So when she was asked to go, her top question was, I need to pump, and I need to get the milk home, and how is this gonna work in a war zone? And the great thing is, the people she's having this conversation with were the White House press secretary, a woman, a working mom, and Tamara Keith, our colleague, president of the White House Correspondents Association, a working mom, and they said, we've got you. We've already thought about this. These are the logistics for the Secret Service. This is how we're gonna get the milk home. This is how we're gonna keep it cold. And I thought, wow. Because 15 years ago, I just would have said, I'm out, tag out, pass, I obviously can't do this. Well, yeah, you can. And all it takes is having other working moms in the room to say, yes, you can, and here's how we're gonna do it.
I think my favorite chapter in this book doesn't have anything to do with journalism, doesn't have anything to do with parenting. It's the one about like missing wolf whistles, you know? It's the one about feeling mixed and ambivalent about like the attention of men, right? And you're like navigating these lines, but you're like playing it kind of defensively. There's like a, whoa, I got a point here. You know, there's a lot of anticipating, like people yelling. And it is, I think, like kind of a brave chapter to write, but I'm wondering why you thought it was important to have that out there.
I did write a chapter about missing wolf whistles, and we promised to take your questions, and I want to leave time for a couple of them. So if you care to wolf whistle as the beginning of your question, feel free. I will briefly say, first of all, I get the y'all are like, you wrote what? You wrote about missing wolf whistles? Had you told the 20-year-old self, who would have been like, why are we talking guinea pigs? Had you told her I would miss wolf whistles and admit that out loud, she would not have known where to begin telling you that I had lost my mind. But I turned 50 not that long ago, and it is true that I can now walk through something like this and feel kind of invisible. It's just a different feeling in how you move through the world, and I didn't notice it until men mostly stopped whistling. And I wanted to write about that because the book is all about interior changes in my life and inside my home. But as those are happening, you know, for a woman in her 50s, how the world sees you is also changing. And I wanted to write about it as honestly as I could, and I tried. And the coda to that is, as I was on book tour with this book this spring and crossing a traffic junction not far from here, a guy drove past and gave me a huge wolf whistle and was like, hey, baby. And I turned and was like, thank you so much, thank you. And I'm sure he thought I was insane, but I got one more in there. So, should we take a couple questions?
Yeah, let's take a couple. Would you got one?
Hi.
I'm not shy. Hi, Mary Louise.
Hi.
John Michelson, it's good to see you again.
Hi.
I'm glad you talked about how women cover different stories. So I'd like you to also talk about two things. One is how women ask questions differently and the questions that women ask differently. And also how you go about creating what you cover in the 2 hours you have on All Things Considered. Because in full disclosure, I'm a reporter, as you know, but the audience doesn't, and I cover environment, climate, and related topics, energy. And unless we're in the middle of massive heat or a hurricane or whatever, those stories don't get covered unless it's a crisis. So I'm a little biased on this, I'll admit it. But so many of the news organizations just cover the same bleeping stories over and over and over and over again. So you have 2 hours, you have 120 minutes minus inserts. So
how do we decide what we cover?
How do you decide what to cover?
So the first question, women asking different questions, I have actually always found it an advantage in my line of work to be a woman. I think I get less flack for interrupting aggressively and often when the occasion requires, in ways that my male colleagues might be accused of mansplaining or not letting somebody finish a sentence. Sometimes my job, if I'm interviewing you live and we got 5 minutes and I got stuff I got to get to, I'm going to be interrupting. And I think a woman can do that in a way that is seen as less rude. And I've always been grateful for that. I will also say it gives me access in some parts of the world to way more people than my male colleagues. When I've reported from Iran or Afghanistan or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, I can go sit down with the president or the foreign minister, but I can also go into homes and kitchens and meet women and ask, how you doing? What's for dinner? What are your hopes? What are your dreams for your kids, for you? Those are conversations my male colleagues cannot have in some places, and I have access to 50% of the population that they don't. So I've always found it actually quite an advantage, and I'm grateful to be a woman as a foreign correspondent and also here. To the how do we program All Things Considered, we, every day at 9:30, have a pitch meeting, and you can come in and pitch everything from the hard news of the day, how are we going to cover the Trump indictment, to some truly off-the-wall madcap stuff. And the idea over 2 hours is that we will hopefully get to as much of it as we can. We have a 2-hour rundown, and I look at it every day and try to make sure we're hitting, in each hour, are we taking you somewhere in the country? Are we taking you somewhere in the world? Are we hitting the hard news stuff that we have to cover, whether it's politics or pandemic or climate? We led both hours of the show yesterday with Hawaii, and I take your point that it's a crisis. Sadly, those are becoming more and more frequent, so more and more part of the news, and trying to get at some of the bigger questions, not just the how many people were evacuated, how many people horribly did we lose, but what's causing this? What do we do about it? I also look and try to think, every half hour, is there somewhere where I or my co-host are going to smile or laugh? Because if we're having fun, hopefully you are too, and that matters in a period where there is profound news exhaustion. And I get it, and we feel the same. And so we're trying to find that balance between doing responsible, serious, investigative journalism, but also a little humanity and grace, and laughter goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do every day.
Thank you.
I think we could do one more.
Hi, thank you so much for coming out. So I am early in my career. I did a stint at my local NPR station. I've been fortunate enough to pursue a lot of different opportunities. I am also recently married. Which, thank you. However, in some of the stuff you've already talked about in finding this place where you are chasing your dreams, where you're chasing your work, and had to have some sacrifices along the way. I am currently here in DC for a great 3-month opportunity, but I'm also doing long distance with my spouse. So in your writing, and in writing this memoir and this book, how you've had to sort of reflect on your own life, what advice would you give for people kind of in this stage in their career on finding that balance between personal relationships and the aspirations and work that you want to do?
Yeah, thank you, great question. I certainly haven't found it. I think part of the exercise of writing this was realizing I don't know that there's a single one of us who's figured this out. I don't know that there's any of us who are on, the average given week doesn't have a couple days where you're hanging on by your toenails. And I have found it a relief just to realize it's not just me. I write about a competitor at another news organization who has kids around the same age as me, who I bumped into at one point when I had taken a long spell away from the newsroom. And I bumped into her, and she was all chic and off to the White House for an interview. And as she climbed in a taxi and sped away, I just thought, oh my God, have I thrown away my career? Have I stepped away from everything for forever? And when I ran into her again, however long afterward it was, she told me she'd cried the whole day after running into me, saying, you were with your son, you were on your way to the park, you looked so happy. you know, and I was stuffed into Spanx and off to this interview and thought, what am I doing with my life? And I said, I was having the same thought. And I realized, you know, so much is what we choose to see. I don't think a single one of us has figured out how to be in the park with our kid and at the White House doing an interview at the same time. And I don't know what the specifics of your juggle are, but we all have a million moments where you need to be in two places at once and you can't. What do you do? I don't have an answer to it. I have a whole lot of empathy and solidarity for saying we're all doing our best. We're all just making the best decisions we can with the information we have at this moment. Extending the grace to yourself that you would to any of your friends or your colleagues. You're doing your best. You're making it up as you go, as are we all. I used to think there were grown-ups out there. There are no grown-ups. We're all making it up as we go. So I wish you luck, and I wish you joy, and thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much for your time. This has been great. We're going to do a signing after this.
We're going to do a signing.
Yeah, so come through, whatever. Thank you all for coming out, right? Give yourself a round of applause.